Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. But Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में, क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है भगवान लाल? Mr. Wan, will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीटा।
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव की काउंटिंग पीसफुली हुई, लेकिन जैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगा कि वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव हार रहे हैं, उन्होंने हमारी मेयर पर बुरी तरह से हमला किया।
चौथा कैंडिडेट आम आदमी पार्टी का चुनाव हार चुका है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने के ऊपर यहाँ गुंडागर्दी कर रही है।
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send.
बड़े शहरों में आप एयरपोर्ट्स पाते थे।
ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಗಿಲು, ಶ್ರೀಗಂಧದ ಮಡಿಲು, ಸಿಹಿ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಒಡಲು, ಸಿಹಿಮೊಗ್ಗೆ. ಸಿಹಿಮೊಗ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥಾತ್ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ.
Well, all right, that's the big function that's been organized for the Prime Minister's visit to Karnataka. We'll be bringing you all of that in just a bit. We take a quick look at the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. It is the biggest liquorgate arrest yet, as Arvind Kejriwal's deputy is placed under arrest after 8 hours of being grilled. In the dock for liquorgate kickbacks, Manish Sisodia is to be produced before court. The Aam Aadmi Party, however, continues to cry political vendetta to take to the streets in protest. The battle for the northeast is on. Nagaland and Meghalaya are polling. It's a big development boost to Karnataka. The Prime Minister is set to inaugurate mega projects there. And another terror attack in Pakistan. 5 people are killed, 13 are injured in Baluchistan. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, straight off going to New Delhi, where we are tracking the biggest story of Manish Sisodia's arrest. Now, he was arrested yesterday after about being grilled for 8 hours. Today, he's going to be produced before the Rouse Avenue court. And the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is calling it a political vendetta. Now, the CBI arrested him after grilling him for nearly 8 hours.
देखिए, ये जो संकेत हैं कि एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के तमाम नेतृत्व को आप बिना किसी कारण गिरफ्तार करके जेल में डाल दें। कल से गिरफ्तार उनको किया गया और वो कोई आम लोग नहीं थे, वो कोई आम कार्यकर्ता नहीं थे, वो हमारी पार्टी के सांसद संजय सिंह हैं, दिल्ली के वरिष्ठ मंत्री गोपाल राय हैं, दिल्ली के कन्वीनर हैं, दिल्ली को संगठन देखने वाले आदिल हैं, हमारे दर्जनों विधायक और पार्षद हैं। उनको जेल में डालने का कोई हक जो है केंद्र सरकार को नहीं था। और आज सुबह से हमने इस चीज़ को कहना शुरू किया कि 24 घंटे से पहले पुलिस के ऊपर ये हिदायत है कि उनको किसी को भी कोर्ट में पेश करके कोर्ट से इजाज़त लेनी पड़ेगी कि आप उसको जेल में रखें। किस कारण से पुलिस उनको ले जाती कोर्ट में, क्या कहती कोर्ट में? मुझे लगता है केंद्र सरकार ने अक्लमंदी की कि हमारे इन नेताओं को छोड़ दी और उसका जो बड़ा श्रेय है वो मीडिया चैनल्स को जाता है जिन्होंने इस खबर को दिखाया ताकि केंद्र सरकार को इसकी सुध आई।
सर, वहीं दूसरी तरफ कहा यह भी जा रहा है 144 अब इम्पोज कर दी गई है आम आदमी पार्टी ऑफिस के बाहर, क्योंकि आज आपका प्रदर्शन है, 12 बजे का आपने कॉल दिया है, तो अब 144 भी इम्पोज।
देखिए, पूरी तरीके से जुल्म है, गैर कानूनी है, गैर संवैधानिक है। आम आदमी पार्टी को हक है अपनी मांगों को लेके और केंद्र सरकार के जुल्म के खिलाफ शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करें।
लोग हैं, कुछ लोग आगे हैं, कुछ लोग पीछे भी हैं और ये सभी लोग चूंकि ने बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर प्रदर्शन से रोक दिया है और इसीलिए ये लोग जो है पैदल मार्च कर रहे हैं। और देखिए, पीछे बजट की गाड़ी भी है, पुलिस की गाड़ी भी है। पुलिस का तर्क है कि चूंकि परमिशन के बिना ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पर एक और तस्वीर में आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा कि हाथों में हथकड़ी लेकर ये लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। ये हाथों में हथकड़ी क्यों ले रखी है? लाइव आप जुड़े होते हैं, हाथों में हथकड़ी क्यों बांध रखी है आप लोग?
देखिए, जो अभी देश में चल रहा है, जबरदस्ती जो देश के सबसे अच्छे शिक्षा मंत्री हैं उनके ऊपर इतने 7 महीने से कार्रवाई चल रही है, हमने पूरा सहयोग किया। आपने उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया, चलो अगर उनकी कोई गलती आप गिरफ्तार करो, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा, कोर्ट करेगा। लेकिन अडानी जी से क्या ऐसी यारी है कि उनको आपने छोड़ रखा है? मोदी जी से सवाल है,
क्या संकेत जा रहा है?
कड़ी से संकेत यही, ये तानाशाही जो जबरदस्ती लोगों को, जो भी विरोध की आवाज है उसको जेल में भेजने का काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये तो नहीं चलेगा भाई। लोकतंत्र में अपनी आवाज उठाने का अधिकार सबको है, आप आवाज उठाने दीजिए ना। जबरदस्ती जेल भेजने का, विपक्ष के नेताओं पे कार्रवाई करने का, और अपने नेताओं का 110 करोड़ का घोटाला इसका आया पोषण का मध्य प्रदेश में, कौन जेल में गया नहीं बता रहे हैं।
ठीक है, तो ये आप कार्यकर्ता हैं, आपके नेता हैं, हाथों में हथकड़ी बांधकर यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि केंद्र सरकार की जो तानाशाही है उसके विरोध में यहाँ पर ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया की गिरफ्तारी के विरोध में यहाँ पर ये प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है। अनोखा तरीका देखने को मिला कि हाथों में हथकड़ी बांधकर यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है।
Is Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh, where there are also protests. In Satyavajay is bringing us the latest from there. But largely it appears that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make sure that they can get as much out of it politically as possible. Protests that are taking place in New Delhi. Now, of course, protests also taking place in Bhopal. Now, here's what we are expecting today. Now, Manish Sisodia, of course, will be produced before court. That's the Rouse Avenue court. He could be produced anytime between 12 to 2. That's what we are hearing now. The CBI investigators, of course, yesterday were not satisfied with his answers. And they said that he is not cooperating with the probe and has avoided clarifications that have been sought on crucial points. Of course, there appears to be a political sort of a war of words that's on between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen into reactions.
साथियों, जैसा आप जानते हैं, कल दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया गया। कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि गिरफ्तारी हुई है, कानून पे भरोसा नहीं है क्या? हमें सब कुछ पे भरोसा है, लेकिन देश के प्रधानमंत्री को कानून पे भरोसा नहीं है। इसलिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी की तो गिरफ्तारी होती है, लेकिन अडानी से यारी जारी है। उनके खिलाफ जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही, उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हो रही। इसलिए पूरा देश ये पूछ रहा है कि आखिर क्या इस गंदी राजनीति से देश आगे बढ़ेगा।
And Shavan is reporting from outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital. Shavan, from the very beginning of this scam, we have really seen, all kinds of diversionary tactics come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. They haven't answered the key questions that have been asked of them. Even this reaction that we just got from the Aam Aadmi Party, they just keep on harping on the fact that this is political vendetta. Well, I don't think Shavan can quite hear me. We will fix that and go back to him in just a bit. But pictures on your screen right now coming to you from Bhopal. That's where we are seeing Aam Aadmi Party workers hit the streets. And it's not just going to be in Bhopal. They've planned to essentially protest across the country, the larger ones being centered around where the Aam Aadmi Party has cadres. Right now, we are, of course, also been getting reports from Delhi that the Aam Aadmi Party is converging onto various paths. There was a protest early in the morning at the police station. Thereafter, of course, outside the BJP's offices as well as the CBI's offices. So, protests going to continue like that's looking like the likely strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party as well as far as politics is concerned. But apart from that, of course, they will have to face the investigation, and that's something that Manish Sisodia is in the dock for. Now, just to tell our viewers that the primary charge of the CBI's investigators who have been questioning him has been that they believe that he's been evasive. The CBI seems to believe they seem to also believe that he hasn't really answered the questions properly that the CBI is asking. I think we're going to try once again to go across to Shavan Sen. Shavan, if you can hear me now. Shavan, earlier I was asking you, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, from the very beginning of this scam, all we've seen them essentially is use diversionary tactics. The key question that is always asked seems to be diverted. They seem to talk about everything else apart from, the scam per se.
Well, that's exactly the strategy that has been adopted by the Aam Aadmi Party from the time this FIR was first registered. Remember, this FIR was registered based on a report that was filed by the Vigilance Department, and it was the LG who had recommended that there should be a CBI probe into this matter. Why exactly? Because these are some grave allegations that have been levelled against the Deputy Chief Minister, who also handled the Excise Department. Now, essentially what you see is that it did actually also come at a time when Gujarat was going to polls, and the Aam Aadmi Party was trying to position itself as the party, as the new party that was in the bloc. And that is the reason why they tried to basically link it by saying that perhaps the first time when Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was actually called in for questioning, that was closer to the time when he was supposed to visit the state of Gujarat for campaigning. Now, it turns out that if you really look at the timeline of it is bereft of any, the arguments that have been put forth by the Aam Aadmi Party has been completely bereft of any sort of logic. Now, if you take a look at the first statement that was made after the charge sheet that was filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, Arvind Kejriwal, even the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, both made this comment saying that there is absolutely no evidence, and that is the reason why there was no name of Manish Sisodia in that particular charge sheet. But the fact of the matter is that it does not really work that way. The investigation that happened with the first charge sheet was pertaining to the communication strategist of Aam Aadmi Party, Vijay Nair. He was arrested, and within the stipulated time period, the charge sheet had to be filed. At that point in time, Manish Sisodia wasn't even examined. And remember, there were about 14 others who have also been named in that particular FIR, and that is the reason why CBI essentially felt the need to first examine all the other accused, and following which they decided to only call accused number 1, that is Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, for the first set of examination. Now, what really changed? Why exactly was he called in for questioning for the second time? That's because over the last couple of months, they've been able to record the statement of multiple stakeholders. Importantly, this time, you had a Delhi bureaucrat who served in the Delhi government at that point in time when the excise policy was brought into picture. And his 164 statement was recorded before a magistrate in which he's basically implicated the Deputy Chief Minister. He's in fact revealed that he was called to the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. That's where he was handed out a particular document. Instructions were given as to how exactly would the excise policy look like, and it now turns out, if you go by what my sources are indicating, the violations are essentially this: one, the profit margin for the wholesalers from 5% it was bumped up to 12%, so which essentially led to windfall profits for the wholesalers. Secondly, they were already aware of what the excise policy would essentially look like, because this was also drafted in consultation with the liquor traders, the liquor companies, and that is the reason why you're looking at this final decision that was taken by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, should be placed under arrest. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague Madhurima for the latest details. I'm told that Madhurima is going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details. I'm told that Amandeep is getting us the latest details. Let's just go across to Amandeep.
Well, Shivan, the protest has begun. Action is here, and in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party workers and the leaders have started gathering at Chandigarh outside BJP headquarters, and even they started protesting. They are raising the slogans against BJP government, and in fact, more MLAs and ministers are coming to join this protest, just because after Delhi is the government of Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, and here the high expectations that maximum support and maximum people are going to join this protest, and heavy police deployment is here. Just because, Shivan, last time when they protested, they tried to break down the barricades, and even they tried to jump the barricades. Water cannon used, force used, lathi charge happened, and only then they will be able to disperse. But now the situation is again getting tense, just because slowly, gradually, all workers, just because Aam Aadmi Party has given the call in entire Punjab to all their MLAs, ministers, and in fact their local leaders and even the state leadership, that all the people should gather outside Punjab BJP headquarters in Chandigarh with maximum number of people, and they are going to make it a huge show against the BJP government after Manish Sisodia's arrest. The message was spread even yesterday evening itself to gather outside the Punjab BJP headquarters, and here you can see they have started doing the protest here, and in fact the people from the different parts of the Punjab, they are also going to join these protests along with the ministers, MLAs and their local leadership as well, just because the call has been given by the Aam Aadmi Party to hold a protest nationwide. And after Delhi, there is a government of Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, from where they got 92 seats in Vidhan Sabha and got maximum support, and that is the reason they are trying to make it as a very big show here in Chandigarh outside Punjab BJP headquarters. So here are the visuals, and even some of them are sitting at the barricades, but the police have made certain arrangements to block them here itself, so that at least there should be no law and order situation, and even the police has
देश में तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी। ये जिस तरीके से तानाशाही के तहत गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है, विपक्ष की आवाज दबाने की कोशिश है, इसका हम खिलाफत करते हैं, इसका विरोध करते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी इसका पूरा विरोध करती है। ये जो गुंडागर्दी है, तानाशाही है, हम इसके खिलाफ हैं। अपनी आवाज उठाने का सबको अधिकार है। हम शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन करना चाह रहे हैं, और ये जिस तरीके से किया जा रहा है, ये गलत है।
तो देखिए, ये तस्वीरें हैं, इन लोग का कहना सातों पर कि जो गिरफ्तारी की गई है वो गलत है। सभी को अपनी बात रखने का, प्रोटेस्ट करने का अधिकार है, लेकिन यहाँ पर आम आदमी पार्टी के जो लोग हैं उन्हें अरेस्ट कर लिया है, और अरेस्टिंग के बाद इनको यहाँ से जांच आते जेल ले जाया जाएगा। तो ये लाइव तस्वीरें हमने अभी आपको दिखाई थी, जो मनीष सिसोदिया की गिरफ्तारी के विरोध में भोपाल में बीजेपी दफ्तर के आ रहे लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हैं। और ये देखिए वाहन जो लाइव तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये सभी को यहाँ से जांच आते चले जाएगा। कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? पुलिस के जो वाहन में ये सभी जल जा रहे, कहाँ ले कुछ बताया? नहीं चलेगी। अरे
सिसोदिया जिंदाबाद, ये जिस तरीके
जेल ले जा,
ये गलत है। देश में तानाशाही नहीं चलने वाली।
ये वो लोग हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग जिनको यहाँ पर अरेस्ट करके ले
जान लेने के लिए हैं।
तानाशाही इस तरह से पुलिस की नहीं चलेगी। सबको अपना विरोध करने का अपनी आवाज उठाने का अधिकार है, लेकिन यहाँ पर हाई वोल्टेज ड्रामा देखने को मिला बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर, जहाँ पर चूंकि पुलिस के तर्क है कि बिना परमिशन के ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, इसलिए इनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी।
Jammu where the Aam Aadmi Party is holding a massive protest and outside the Bharatiya Janata Party office they will be now marching towards the AAP office here in Jammu। आपसे जानना चाहूंगा केस भी रजिस्टर्ड है, उसके बावजूद आप लोग जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन
देखिए ये मनीष सिसोदिया की गिरफ्तारी नहीं है, ये 2024 की इलेक्शन का मुद्दा है। 2024 आने वाला है, मोदी जी जो है वो डर चुके हैं केजरीवाल से, और आने वाला समय केजरीवाल का होगा। 2024 का मसला है और आम आदमी पार्टी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी डरी हुई है, और हम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि 2024 में आम आदमी पार्टी आएगी।
लेकिन केस रजिस्टर्ड है, उसमें गवाह ये बता रहे हैं
झूठे केस डालने से जो है वो आम आदमी पार्टी की आवाज को दबा नहीं सकते, और आम आदमी पार्टी जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दफ्तर का घेराव करेगी।
सो दिस इज द घेराव बाय द आम आदमी पार्टी। सर केस रजिस्टर हुआ, गवाहों ने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने जो है वहां धांधली की है, तब अरेस्ट हुआ, फिर ये विरोध प्रदर्शन क्यों?
ये पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है कि ये साजिश के तहत हो रहा है, ये बीजेपी की तानाशाही है। ये हम ये डिमांड करते हैं जो सिसोदिया साहब को जो है गैर मतलब अलग तरीके से उनको जो है नुकसान पहुंचाया जा रहा है, ये तानाशाही बीजेपी बंद करे, बंद करे।
लेकिन जिस तरह से गवाहों ने ये कहा, अफसरों ने ये माना कि जो है ट्वीक किया गया है।
देखिए जिस प्रकार से आज पूरे भारतवर्ष का माहौल है, आप जानते हैं कि किस प्रकार से तानाशाही चल रही है, ये कोई भी मानने को तैयार नहीं है। तो ये इसलिए हम ये कहते हैं कि ये साजिश के तहत जो हो रहा है ये नहीं होना चाहिए।
So this is the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Many of them have come to hold the protest here. We'll try and ask Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that they are marching towards the Bharatiya Janata Party office here in Jammu. We'll try to speak to some more of the netas of the Aam Aadmi Party who are marching towards the BJP.
Protests taking place across the country. Protests taking place in Madhya Pradesh, Chandigarh, as well as Jammu. Getting you the live reports. We'll try and go back to our reporters on the ground to get you the sense of what's really happening, because Aam Aadmi Party has now decided to hit the streets. In fact, my colleague, I'm told that my colleague Gursabran is going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details from Jammu. Over to you, Gursabran, getting us the latest details.
जनता देख रही है कि आप किस तरह से
Yes, now the Aam Aadmi Party is marching towards the BJP offices. We have some of the AAP leaders with us. They are heading towards the BJP headquarters. This is the march of the Aam Aadmi Party that they are holding here in Jammu. The AAP unit, they are saying that this is just a political vendetta that the BJP is doing and it is nothing else. We'll try to speak to some of the leaders. मुझे ये बताइए, जब केस रजिस्टर हो गया, गवाहों ने भी ये कहा है, फिर भी आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
देखिए झूठे केस डाले हुए हैं मनीष सिसोदिया के ऊपर, जो है वो झूठे केस डाले हुए हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी वालों ने, और ये 2024 की जो लोकसभा की इलेक्शन है उसको देखते हुए ये आम आदमी पार्टी के काफिले को रोकना चाहते हैं बीजेपी वाले, और पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सड़कों के ऊपर आए।
आप लीडर्स विल कम ऑन द रोड्स, दिस इज व्हाट दे आर सेइंग। आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सीबीआई ये कह रही है कि केस जो है वैलिड है।
देखिए सीबीआई को भी ये समझना चाहिए कि सीबीआई ईडी ऐसे प्रीमियम इदारे थे जिन पे पूरे देश का एक विश्वास था। आज जिस तरह से सीबीआई को, ईडी को अपना नौकर बना के रख लिया है मोदी जी ने, अपने आप में शर्म की बात है। मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी, ये जो सीबीआई जैसे इदारे हैं उनका मिसयूज हो रहा है और इसका बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। सीबीआई ने जो केस रजिस्टर किया है वो बिल्कुल बेबुनियाद है।
So marching towards the BJP headquarters, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are alleging that this is the political vendetta, keeping in view the upcoming elections. But they are mum on the replies that what has happened since the CBI has registered an FIR and action has been taken on that only. Yes.
Let me also quickly bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us the latest details from Chandigarh, where the protests have also once again intensified in Chandigarh. Amandeep, what is it that the Aam Aadmi Party is now saying?
Well, Shravan, now ministers and MLAs are also here and joined the protest, and more ministers and the MLAs are expected to come here and join the protest just because they have planned a big show here in Chandigarh for the protest, just because Punjab is having the government of Aam Aadmi Party and maximum number of ministers as well as MLAs are going to gather inside the protest, and in fact you can see the visuals as well. They have started gathering at this point, and even they have started gathering at this point, and later on, after getting gathered here, they will march towards the BJP headquarters. But there is a heavy police deployment with a heavy barricading, water cannons, as well as heavy police force to stop them, just because the call that was given by the Aam Aadmi to each and every state, and in fact in Punjab the call has been spread among each and every leader to each constituency to come here along with their supporters to make a big show in Chandigarh to show that Aam Aadmi Party is all against the arrest of Manish Sisodia. So here you can see the visuals. They are gathering here. They are waiting for their own MLAs and the ministers to gather here, and maximum number of supporters are being expected to reach here by in a very short while from now, and you can see the gathering is getting enhanced here. The police has deployed in a heavy manner. I request my camera person to kindly show you this side also. The police is deployed in a very heavy manner, and in fact specific input has been given that they will definitely march towards the BJP office, but they are not allowed to move this very much point. There's one specific point that has been given by the Chandigarh police and request them to stay their protest at this point, but they will march just because they wanted to lodge their protest against the BJP. Yes, over to you, Shravan.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Manish Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. You are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप raise कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी. सर नीचे कर दो. सर आप शीशा नीचे कर दो मनीष. See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non non-Soros media. Non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them, Uncle Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor. We have no money. The mainstream media has money. We are broke. Help us. Please give us 100 rupees. Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, centre and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non-Soros media. Non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them, Uncle Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor. We have no money. The mainstream media has money. We are broke. Help us. Please give us 100 rupees. Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
Manish Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. आप you are facing serious allegations sir. Serious allegations आप face कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी. सर नीचे कर दो. सर आप शीशा नीचे कर दो. Manish see the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
देखिए जम्मू में जो है आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता और जम्मू पुलिस के बीच झड़प जो है वो देखने को मिल सकती है। पुलिस जो है इन्हें भाजपा कार्यालय में नहीं जाने दे रही है, घेराव नहीं करने दिया जा रहा है पुलिस की तरफ से, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि इन्हें पुलिस की तरफ जाना है।
देखिए बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है। उस इंसान को अंदर कर दिया गया जो इंसान गरीब मजदूर किसान के बच्चों को शिक्षा देता था। आज उसी शिक्षा मंत्री को अंदर कर दिया गया। बड़े देश की राजनीति में काले अक्षरों के साथ यह दिन लिखा जाएगा, यह दिन काले अक्षरों के साथ लिखा जाएगा। बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ता है हमें बीजेपी का घेराव नहीं।
सीबीआई ने एफआईआर तक रजिस्टर की।
देखिए सिसोदिया जी एक ईमानदार पूरा देश जानता है कि बहुत ही ईमानदार नेता है, वो ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे। उन्होंने देश की बच्चों का भविष्य बदलने का सोचा है, वो देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तानाशाही करके सीबीआई का प्रयोग करके बीजेपी जो करने जा रही है ये डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री है, ये निंदनीय है, बहुत गलत है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। जल्द से जल्द सिसोदिया जी को रिहा किया जाना चाहिए।
पुलिस ने आपके तो रोका गया है, इसकी तरफ से
ये सरासर गलत है। किस तरीके से पुलिस को आगे करकर सच्चाई को दबा रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र का हत्या हो गई है। लेकिन आज आम आदमी पार्टी का हर कार्यकर्ता निसंदेह पे खड़ा है।
लोकतंत्र की
जब तक
मैसिव स्कफल बिटवीन द पुलिस कार्यकर्ता। आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, लगातार देश विरोध
हमारी मांग है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को रिहा किया जाए। मनीष सिसोदिया को जल्द से जल्द रिहा किया जाना चाहिए।
झूठे केस में भारतीय जनता पार्टी
जो है सीबीआई की तरफ से एफआईआर भी रजिस्टर किया गया, फिर भी आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन।
देखिए, बीजेपी जिस तरह से झूठे केस आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पे बार बार बनाती जा रही है, जिस तरह पहले इन्होंने हमारे हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को सतेंद्र जैन को बिना किसी जुर्म के जेल में रखा हुआ है। आज इन्होंने दो ही व्यवस्थाएं जो हिंदुस्तान को सुधार सकती है, वो है एजुकेशन और हेल्थ। इन्होंने हेल्थ का मिनिस्टर भी अंदर करके रखा है, उसको काम नहीं करने देना चाहती भारतीय जनता पार्टी। और कल इन्होंने जो किया है वो बहुत निंदनीय है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, एजुकेशन को किस तर्ज पर ले गए हैं ये देश जानता है।
तो लगातार जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे जारी है। आम आदमी पार्टी कार्यकर्ता जो हैं वो भाजपा दफ्तर का घेराव करने के प्रयास कर रहे थे, लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की तरफ से इन कार्यकर्ताओं को जो है यहीं पर रोक दिया गया है। इस तरफ मैं सरजीवन से कहूंगा कि अगर दिखा पाए तो बैरिकेडिंग जो है वो कर दी गई है, यानी कि किसी को भी यहाँ से आगे जाने की इजाजत जो है वो नहीं दी जा रही। आप कार्यकर्ता जिनकी तरफ से आगे जाने का प्रयास जो है वो किया गया है, पुलिस की तरफ से बैरिकेड्स लगाकर उन्हें यहाँ पर रोका गया है और किसी को भी यहाँ से आगे जाने की इजाजत जो है वो नहीं दी जा रही, ताकि किसी भी तरह की कानून व्यवस्था जो है वो यहाँ पर खराब ना हो, ये पुलिस का कहना है। जी
All right, and as we continue to get you those pictures of the very dramatic scenes that are unfolding in Jammu, where remember the Aam Aadmi Party is upping the ante in every which way possible against the BJP. As I stand outside the BJP headquarters, where remember there's heavy barricading all across, and there is absolutely no way that the very intentions of the Aam Aadmi Party to actually stage a massive showdown here is possible. However, let's cut across to these pictures coming in from Chandigarh, where my colleague Amandeep is, because Amandeep, every which place possible, Aam Aadmi Party is ensuring that they keep the heat going. And Arvind Kejriwal also saying that it is not the CBI actually intending to arrest Manish Sisodia. There was a lot of pressure. So the Aam Aadmi Party really pushing this narrative very strongly, saying that the BJP is intending to paralyze governance on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party. And this is why they are going to fight this through and through. What's happening in Chandigarh?
Well, absolutely. This is the narrative that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to press, and in fact, I can show you the visuals. ये सारे लोग जो आम आदमी पार्टी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं, सभी पंजाब से आए हुए हैं, पंजाब के अलग अलग जगह से आए हुए हैं और मिनिस्टर, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी के पास 92 MLAs हैं यहाँ पे पंजाब में, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पे एक बिग शो होने वाला है। इन्होंने डिसाइड किया है, कल शाम को एक मैसेज ट्रैवल करवाया गया था हर जगह पे, पंजाब के हर शहर में, हर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में, कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों के साथ यहाँ पे पहुँचा जाए, ना कि सिर्फ MLA यानी कि हल्का इंचार्ज और बाकी भी जो लोकल लेवल के लीडर्स हैं उन तक भी ये मैसेज पहुंचाया गया कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ में यहाँ पे पहुंचे, क्योंकि दिल्ली के बाद पंजाब एक ऐसा राज्य है जहाँ पे आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं ये प्रोटेस्ट जो हो रहा है वो कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी पे हो रहा है पंजाब बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर से, और यहाँ से पुलिस हैवी डिप्लॉयमेंट है, क्योंकि पुलिस को भी ये इनपुट है कि यहाँ पे जो लोग, जैसे स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ेगी तो पुलिस की भारी तैनाती भी की गई है, क्योंकि इन लोगों का ये कहना है कि पहले एक बार यहाँ पे गैदर होंगे, उसके बाद ये बीजेपी ऑफिस की तरफ मार्च करेंगे। लेकिन बैरिगेड्स भी हैं, वाटर कैनन्स भी हैं, टीयर गैस शेल्स भी हैं। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, प्ले कार्ड्स भी पहुँच चुके हैं। शिक्षा मंत्री तुझे सलाम, शिक्षा मंत्री तुझे सलाम, मनीष सिसोदिया की फोटो के के साथ ये नैरेटिव सारे देश में ट्रैवल करवाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, क्योंकि जहां जहां आम आदमी पार्टी की स्ट्रेंथ है, जहां जहां आम आदमी पार्टी एस्टैब्लिश होना चाहती है, वहां वहां ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो पूरे फोर्स में करवाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि पंजाब में इनकी सरकार है और पूरी मेजॉरिटी के साथ और 117 में से 92 एमएलएस के साथ। इसी वजह से पंजाब का ये प्रोटेस्ट बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है और आज ये पंजाब के अलग अलग जगह से यहाँ पे मिनिस्टर्स और एमएलए पहुँचने वाले हैं और पहुँच के यहाँ पे अपना प्रदर्शन रजिस्टर करवाएंगे और उसके बाद जो है बीजेपी के ऑफिस की तरफ भी बढ़ेंगे। लेकिन चंडीगढ़ पुलिस ने इनको एक पॉइंट दिया है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन ना खराब हो, एक पॉइंट पे ये लोग बैठे रहें और वहां से जो है अपना प्रोटेस्ट जो है।
Amandeep, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here. Amandeep. Right, Amandeep, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but let's quickly cut across to Shavan as he has details of the investigation that is being carried out by the CBI and what the CBI has found so far on the basis of on the basis of the very fact why the arrest has been carried out. Over to you, Shavan.
Well, in fact, let's start with the big breaking news now coming in. More details emerging of the investigation that's been carried out so far by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Finally, what led to Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's arrest. Now, one of the big aspects to it was of the missing files. Remember, there were searches that were carried out at the office premises of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. There were computers that were basically seized. The reason being was to look at certain digital evidence. It turns out that certain files were already deleted, and thereafter the agency sought the help of the forensic department. It turns out that the files were essentially retrieved. Now, what's even more shocking here is that the draft excise policy was actually not found in the system of the excise department but externally, and in fact the draft excise policy was first sent through WhatsApp. In fact, if you juxtapose this with the findings of the enforcement directorate, remember there have been enough digital evidence to the effect that the draft excise policy was actually shared on WhatsApp with those other accused in this particular case, which shows that this draft excise policy was decided in consultation with the other accused in this case, people like Samir Mahindru, Vijay Nair and the other liquor company owners who were effectively the ones who finally benefited of it. The profit margin aspect has already been broken by Republic TV, but the big breaking news now coming in that there were certain files that were deleted, finally being retrieved by the Central Bureau of Investigation. We can now confirm that some of these details emerged from the questioning of the bureaucrat who was called to the Chief Minister's residence, Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and Deputy Chief Minister had handed over a document to him. But four big breaking news that are now coming in, Suesha. Let me just quickly take our viewers through one by one all the breakings that we have with regards to the full details. Now, first is with regards to the digital evidence that was seized during the searches that were carried out on 19th of August from the excise department. Now, they've been able to trace one of the excise policy draft documents to a different system that wasn't part of the excise department network. Now, important to point out here is that it would have been within a closed group where the draft excise policy would have essentially been discussed or even stored. It turns out it was basically stored in a different computer altogether, a computer which does not belong to the excise department to begin with. And secondly, the source of that draft excise policy was found externally, and it first came through WhatsApp. Now, it was during the questioning of an excise department official that the agency got the lead to Sisodia's office computer. They carried out the searches. The agency seized the said computer from Sisodia's office on 14th of January. Most of the files were deleted. The agency then retrieved the records with the help of its forensic team. The forensic examination thereafter revealed that the file originated externally and it was initially received through WhatsApp. And then, of course, we also have more details with regards to the 1996 batch officer who was the secretary to Sisodia, who was called in for questioning, and thereafter his statement was recorded before a magistrate. A 164 statement was recorded. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we continue getting you more details of the investigation.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? पंजाब में क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान Mr. 1 will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीटा
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव की काउंटिंग पीसफुली हुई, लेकिन जैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगा कि वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव हार रहे हैं, उन्होंने हमारी मेयर पर बुरी तरह से हमला किया।
चौथा कैंडिडेट आम आदमी पार्टी का चुनाव हार चुका है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने के ऊपर यहां गुंडागर्दी कर रही है।
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में? क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान लाल मिस्टर वन, विल यू आंसर द क्वेश्चन ऑफ रिपब्लिक टीवी? पुलिस वालों को पीटा।
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I am about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no movement, no right or left wing so-called ideology can you justify this. Republic will only and only be on the side of the people, and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. Sack, apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India.
सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर, आप you are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप रेज कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी। सर नीचे कर दो, कहना चाहेंगे सर आप? शीशा नीचे कर दो मनीष। See the picture of Manish now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
He told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you...
Thank you for staying with Republic, and Republic is getting you the news from all the vantage points across the country and in the national capital, where, remember, the focus at 12:43 p.m. is on how the Aam Aadmi Party is staging protests across the country, and especially in either those states where the Aam Aadmi Party is in power, or these are non-BJP states, and they are upping the ante because at close to 2 p.m. is when Manish Sisodia will be produced in the Rouse Avenue court. We are getting you scenes from Jammu, Chandigarh, Bhopal and Hyderabad, from where all my colleagues join us to give us a sense of how exactly the Aam Aadmi Party workers and supporters are pushing the envelope and pushing the very narrative that this particular arrest of Manish Sisodia is nothing but political vendetta. Amandeep, if I can come to you in Chandigarh, because this is a BJP ruled state, and obviously they are leaving no stone unturned to push the very point that they have been continuing to make against the BJP.
Absolutely, Swesha. They are trying their full force to press in Punjab just because they have their government, they have their chief minister, they have the 92 MLAs in Punjab. So that's the reason they are trying to show maximum number of strength here outside Punjab BJP headquarters. We will try to speak to some of them just because they are coming with the placards of Manish Sisodia. Sir, कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
मैं चंडीगढ़ MC ਦਾ LOP लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन दमनप्रीत सिंह। आज लोकतंत्र की हत्या जो बीजेपी द्वारा करी जा रही है, शिक्षा मंत्री का जो रोल मॉडल लोगों को पसंद आ रहा है, पहले दिल्ली में पसंद आया, फिर पंजाब में पसंद आया, और जैसे जैसे ये शिक्षा का मॉडल आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है, बीजेपी को एक अरविंद केजरीवाल का खौफ, जो आम आदमी पार्टी का खौफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को है, उसके डर से चलते हुए बिना किसी
एविडेंस के, बिना किसी प्रूफ के कल हमारे बहुत ही ईमानदार नेता श्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और जिनके लिए इनके पास कोई सबूत नहीं है।
लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है इसको एक पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव देने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ये कोई पॉलिटिकल अरेस्ट नहीं है।
देखो, जब भी किसी बंदे को अरेस्ट किया जाता है उसके खिलाफ कोई सबूत होते हैं। बार बार इनके घर पे सीबीआई ने छापे मारे हैं। पूरे पिछले समय से आप देखिए कि कितने पुलिस वालों ने, सीबीआई ने, ईडी ने इनके घर पे छापे मारे हैं। क्या आज तक कुछ मिला है? नहीं मिला। बट इनकी जो शिक्षा नीति है, जो लोगों के लिए इन्होंने शिक्षा का रोल मॉडल बनाया है, उससे बीजेपी डरती है। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं, आज अडानी ने देश के साथ इतना बड़ा गड़बड़ घोटाला कर दिया, अडानी ग्रुप ने, आज उसके ऊपर ना सीबीआई, ना ईडीआई, ना भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई टिप्पणी करती है। एक ईमानदार नेता जो मनीष सिसोदिया शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, उनके ऊपर ऐसी गिरफ्तारी जो बिल्कुल हमें वाजिब नहीं लग रही और जिसके लिए आज हम चंडीगढ़ में बीजेपी का कार्यालय घेरने के लिए पहुंचे हैं।
Suesha, you can see every single Aam Aadmi Party leader or worker towing the similar lines the way they yesterday hold the press conference and they talk about the BJP, they talk about the education, they talk about the Kejriwal, they talk about the Adani group. The same words are being repeated. It seems to be like that Aam Aadmi Party has given the training to these protesters and their workers and their leaders that what to speak when the protest. So here you can see the visuals all around me. I am completely surrounded by these protesters. If my camera person can pan the camera and in fact show you the visuals here in Chandigarh outside Punjab BJP office. Everywhere the workers and the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, just because Punjab is having 92 MLAs and they are trying to show maximum strength here and they are trying to show that the Punjab is all against this arrest, and in fact that is the reason from different parts of the Punjab the workers and the leaders are coming here and they are traveling and still they are gathering. And even you can see, if my camera person can give you the sense through visuals, that the road is entirely occupied with the workers and the leaders. And if I can take you in the mid of the protest as well, that it is not only just one location. It is not only just one. कहाँ से आए हैं आप? कहाँ से आए हैं आप? लुधियाना से यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए आए हैं। अब आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली थी कि प्रोटेस्ट होगा?
सर रात को पता लगा।
So here you can see they are from Ludhiana, and in fact I can take you to the other locations as well. My camera person, if can come, can.
मनीष सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. कैसा वीडियो दूसरे आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर? आप you are facing serious allegations sir. Serious allegations आप रेज कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी। सर नीचे कर दो, कहना चाहेंगे सर आप? शीशा नीचे कर दो मनीष। See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता, हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं।
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? पंजाब में क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान लाल, Mr. Wan, will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीटा।
मनीष सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. कैसा वीडियो दूसरे आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर? आप you are facing serious allegations sir. Serious allegations आप रेज कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी। सर नीचे कर दो, कहना चाहेंगे सर आप? शीशा नीचे कर दो मनीष। See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I am about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no movement, no right or left wing so-called ideology, can you justify this? Republic will only and only be on the side of the people, and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. Sack, apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India. Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag
जल के प्रोजेक्ट पे काम शुरू हो रहा है। विकास के ऐसे हर प्रोजेक्ट के लिए मैं शिवमोगा के और आसपास के सभी जिलों का, वहां के सभी नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज का दिन एक और वजह से बहुत विशेष है। आज कर्नाटका के लोकप्रिय जननेता बीएस येदियुरप्पा जी का जन्मदिन है। मैं उनकी लंबी आयु की कामना करता हूं। उन्होंने अपना जीवन गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित किया है। येदियुरप्पा जी ने अभी पिछले हफ्ते कर्नाटका असेंबली में जो भाषण दिया है, वो सार्वजनिक जीवन जीने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के लिए प्रेरणा है। सफलता की इस ऊंचाई पर पहुंचकर भी किस तरह व्यवहार में विनम्रता बनी रहनी चाहिए, ये हम जैसे हर किसी को, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी येदियुरप्पा जी का ये भाषण, उनका जीवन हमेशा हमेशा प्रेरणा देने वाला है। साथियों, मेरी आप सबसे एक विनती है, आप करेंगे? अगर आपके पास मोबाइल फोन है तो मोबाइल फोन निकाल करके उसकी फ्लैश लाइट शुरू करिए और येदियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान कीजिए। येदियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में सब लोग, हर एक के मोबाइल पर फ्लैश लाइट चलना चाहिए, येदियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में चलना चाहिए। 50-60 साल का सार्वजनिक जीवन, अपनी पूरी जवानी एक विचार के लिए खपा दी है। हर कोई अपने मोबाइल फोन का फ्लैश लाइट चालू करके आदरणीय येदियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान करे। शाबाश, शाबाश। भारत माता की। जब मैं भाजपा सरकार के दौरान कर्नाटका की विकास यात्राओं को देखता हूं तो पाता हूं कर्नाटका अभिवृद्धिया रथादा मेले, ಈ ರಥವು ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಪಥದ ಮೇಲೆ बीते कुछ वर्षों में कर्नाटका का विकास अभिवृद्धि के रथ पर चल चुका है। ये अभिवृद्धि रथ प्रगति पथ पर दौड़ रहा है। ये प्रगति पथ रेलवे, रोडवेज, एयरवेज और हाईवेज यानी डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी का है। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं कि कोई गाड़ी हो या सरकार, डबल इंजन लगता है ना तो उसकी स्पीड कई गुना बढ़ जाती है। कर्नाटका का अभिवृद्धि रथा ऐसे ही डबल इंजन पर चल रहा है, बल्कि तेजी से दौड़ रहा है। भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार एक और बड़ा बदलाव लेकर आई है। पहले जब कर्नाटका के विकास की चर्चा होती थी तो ये बड़े शहरों के आसपास वहीं तक सीमित रहती थी, लेकिन डबल इंजन सरकार इस विकास को कर्नाटका के गांवों तक, टियर 2 सिटी तक, टियर 3 सिटी तक पहुंचाने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। शिवमोगा का विकास इसी सोच का परिणाम है। भाइयों और बहनों, शिवमोगा का ये एयरपोर्ट ऐसे समय में शुरू हो रहा है जब भारत में हवाई यात्रा को लेकर बहुत उत्साह है। आपने हाल में ही देखा होगा कि एयर इंडिया ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा विमान खरीदने का सौदा किया है। 2014 से पहले जब भी एयर इंडिया की चर्चा होती थी तो अक्सर नकारात्मक खबरों के लिए ही होती थी। कांग्रेस के राज में एयर इंडिया की पहचान घोटालों के लिए होती थी, घाटे वाले बिजनेस मॉडल के रूप में होती थी। आज एयर इंडिया भारत के नए सामर्थ्य के रूप में विश्व में आगे नई ऊंचाई, नई उड़ान भर रहा है। आज भारत के एविएशन मार्केट का डंका पूरी दुनिया में बज रहा है। आने वाले समय में हजारों विमानों की जरूरत भारत में पड़ने वाली है। इन विमानों में काम करने के लिए हजारों युवाओं की जरूरत होगी। अभी हम भले ही ये विमान विदेशों से मंगा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत के नागरिक मेड इन इंडिया पैसेंजर वाले प्लेन में प्रवास करेंगे। एविएशन सेक्टर में रोजगार के लिए अनेक संभावनाएं खुलने वाली है। साथियों, आज भारत में हवाई यात्रा का जो विस्तार हुआ है उसके पीछे भाजपा सरकार की नीतियां और निर्णय है। 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ बड़े शहरों में ही एयरपोर्ट पर फोकस था। छोटे शहर भी हवाई कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े एक कांग्रेस की सोच ही नहीं थी। हमने इस स्थिति को बदलने का निर्णय लिया। साल 2014 में देश में 74 एयरपोर्ट थे, 74, यानी आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी देश में 74 एयरपोर्ट ही थे, जबकि भाजपा सरकार अपने 9 साल में 74 नए एयरपोर्ट बनवा चुकी है। देश के अनेक छोटे शहरों के भी पास जब उनके अपने आधुनिक एयरपोर्ट है, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि भाजपा सरकार के काम करने की रफ्तार क्या है। गरीबों के लिए काम करने वाली भाजपा सरकार ने एक और बड़ा काम किया। हमने तय किया कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई यात्रा कर पाए। इसलिए हमने बहुत ही कम कीमत पर हवाई टिकट देने वाली उड़ान योजना शुरू की। आज जब मैं देखता हूं कि मेरे कितने ही गरीब भाई बहन पहली बार हवाई जहाज में चढ़ रहे हैं, और उससे मुझे बहुत संतोष होता है। शिवमोगा का एयरपोर्ट भी अब इसका गवाह बनेगा। साथियों, नेचर, कल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर की धरती शिवमोगा के लिए ये नया एयरपोर्ट विकास के नए द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। शिवमोगा वेस्टर्न घाट के लिए मशहूर मलेनाडु का गेटवे है। जब नेचर की बात होती है तो यहां की हरियाली, यहां के वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज, नदियां और पहाड़ अद्भुत है। आपके पास मशहूर जोग जलपाता भी है। यहां प्रसिद्ध एलिफेंट कैप है। सीमा धाम जैसी लायन सफारी है। आगुम्बे पर्वत के सूर्यास्त का आनंद कौन नहीं लेना चाहेगा। यहां तो कहावत है, गंगा स्नाना तुंगा पाना। जिसने गंगा स्नान नहीं किया और तुंगा नदी का पानी नहीं पिया, उसके जीवन में कुछ न कुछ अधूरा है। साथियों, जब हम कल्चर की बात करते हैं तो शिवमोगा के मीठे जल ने राष्ट्र कवि कुवेम्पु के शब्दों में मिठास घोली है। दुनिया का इकलौता संस्कृत गांव मत्तुरु इसी जिले में है, और वो तो यहां से दूर भी नहीं है। देवी सिंहगुदुरु चौड़ेश्वरी, श्री कोटे आंजने, श्री श्रीधर स्वामी जी का आश्रम, आस्था और आध्यात्म से जुड़े ऐसे अनेक स्थान भी हमारे शिवमोगा में है। शिवमोगा का इसरू गांव, जहां अंग्रेजों के विरुद्ध एसुरु बिट्टुरु ईसुरु बिड़ेवो इसका नारा गूंजा, ये हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा स्थली है। भाइयों और बहनों, नेचर और कल्चर के साथ साथ शिवमोगा के एग्रीकल्चर की भी विविधता है। ये रीजन देश के सबसे उपजाऊ क्षेत्रों में से एक है। यहां जिस प्रकार फसलों की वैरायटी पाई जाती है, उसी क्षेत्र को एग्रीकल्चर हब के रूप में स्थापित करता है। चाय, सुपारी, मसालों से लेकर भांति भांति के फल सब्जी हमारे शिवमोगा विस्तार में होते हैं। शिवमोगा के नेचर, कल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी जरूरत यहां थी। ये जरूरत कनेक्टिविटी की है, अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी की है। डबल इंजन सरकार इस जरूरत को पूरा कर रही है। एयरपोर्ट के बनने से स्थानीय लोगों को सुविधा तो मिलेगी, देश विदेश के टूरिस्ट के लिए यहां आना आसान होगा। जब टूरिस्ट आते हैं तो वो अपने साथ डॉलर और पाउंड लेके आते हैं और एक प्रकार से रोजगार के अवसर भी उसमें ही होते हैं। जब रेल कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर होती है तो सुविधा और टूरिज्म के साथ साथ किसानों को भी नए बाजार मिलते हैं। किसान अपनी फसल कम कीमत में देश भर के मार्केट तक पहुंचाते हैं। साथियों, जब शिवमोगा, शिकारीपुरा, रानी बेंदूर नई लाइन पूरी होगी तो शिवमोगा के अलावा हावेरी और दावणगेरे जिलों का भी उनको भी लाभ होने वाला है। सबसे बड़ी बात, इस लाइन में लेवल क्रॉसिंग नहीं होगी, मतलब ये सुरक्षित रेल लाइन होगी और इस पर तेज गति की ट्रेनें चल पाएगी। कोटेगंगोर अब तक एक छोटा पड़ाव स्टेशन था। अब नया कोचिंग टर्मिनल बनने से इसका महत्व बढ़ जाएगा, इसकी कैपेसिटी बढ़ जाएगी। अब इसे 4 रेलवे लाइनों, 3 प्लेटफॉर्म और 1 रेलवे कोचिंग डिपो के साथ तैयार किया जा रहा है। इससे यहां से देश के दूसरे हिस्सों के लिए नई ट्रेनें चल पाएगी। हवाई और रेल ट्रांसपोर्ट के साथ साथ अब रोड भी अच्छी होती है, तब युवाओं का बहुत लाभ होता है। शिवमोगा तो एजुकेशनल हब है। अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी होने से आसपास के जिलों से युवा साथियों के लिए यहां आना आसान होगा। इससे नए बिजनेस के लिए, नए उद्योगों के लिए भी रास्ते खुलेंगे। यानी अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस पूरे क्षेत्र में रोजगार के नए अवसर बनाने जा रहा है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज शिवमोगा और इस क्षेत्र की माताओं बहनों के जीवन को आसान बनाने के लिए भी एक बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। ये अभियान है हर घर पाइप से जल पहुंचाने का। शिवमोगा जिले में 3 लाख से अधिक परिवार है। जल जीवन मिशन शुरू होने से पहले यहां लगभग 90,000 परिवारों के घर में जल कनेक्शन था, नल से कनेक्शन मिला था। डबल इंजन सरकार अभी तक करीब 1.5 लाख नए परिवारों को पाइप से पानी की सुविधा दे चुकी है। बाकी परिवारों तक नल से जल पहुंचाने के लिए अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम चल रहा है। बीते 3.5 वर्षों में कर्नाटका में 40 लाख ग्रामीण परिवारों तक पाइप से पानी पहुंचा गया है। साथियों, बीजेपी की सरकार गांव, गरीब और किसान की सरकार है। बीजेपी की सरकार गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए काम करने वाली सरकार है। बीजेपी की सरकार माताओं बहनों का स्वाभिमान, माताओं बहनों के लिए अवसर, माताओं बहनों के सशक्तिकरण, इस रास्ते पर चल रही है। इसलिए हमने बहनों से जुड़ी हर परेशानी को दूर करने का प्रयास किया है। टॉयलेट हो, रसोई घर में, किचन में गैस हो या नल से जल हो, इनका अभाव हमारी बहनों बेटियों को ही सबसे अधिक परेशान करता था। आज इसको हम दूर कर रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन से डबल इंजन सरकार हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के लिए ईमानदारी से प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, कर्नाटका के लोग भली भांति जानते हैं कि भारत का ये अमृत काल विकसित भारत बनाने का काल है। आजादी के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा अवसर आया है। पहली बार पूरी दुनिया में भारत की इतनी गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। दुनिया भर के निवेशक भारत आना चाहते हैं और जब निवेश आता है तो उसका बहुत लाभ कर्नाटका को भी होता है, यहां के युवाओं को भी होता है। इसलिए कर्नाटका डबल इंजन सरकार को बार बार अवसर देने का मत बना चुका है। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं कि कर्नाटका के विकास का यह अभियान अब और तेज होने वाला है। हमें मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है, मिलकर चलना है। हमें एक साथ चल करके हमारे कर्नाटका के लोगों के, हमारे शिवमोगा के लोगों के सपनों को पूरा करना है। एक बार फिर आप सभी को विकास के इन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶ, ಈ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಭೂಮಿ ಕುರಿತು ಶ್ಲಾಘನೆಯ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡು ಶುಭ ಕಾಮನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆದರಣೀಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮುಖೇನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಣ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ.
Shri Narendra Modi ji has called upon the entire fraternity that the double engine government will go a long way to.
So, Prime Minister's address there in Shivamogga. Remember, just a short while ago, the Prime Minister also inaugurated the Shivamogga Airport in Karnataka, which is built on 663 acres of land with an investment of more than 400 crore rupees. All right, a quick look at what's making headlines from across the globe. 4 US intel agencies believe COVID occurred through natural transmission leaked from the China lab. Meanwhile, the CIA questions China's ability to invade Taiwan as CIA harbors doubts on about whether they could accomplish the invasion. US scraps once popular cartoon Dilbert from papers after Scott Adams calls black people hate group on his YouTube show. A migrant boat smashed into rocky reefs and broke apart at the Italian coast. Rescuers recovered nearly 60 bodies. Iran's Deputy Education Minister confirms that serial poisoning of girl students in the city of Qom and other cities has been intentional. Meanwhile, 4 killed and 10 others wounded on Sunday in an IED blast that rocked Pakistan's Balochistan province.
We are reporting from Pulwama of South Kashmir, which witnessed the killing of Sanjay Sharma yesterday, and today the political leaders are making beeline at his residence. Miss Mufti of PDP also visited the residence, and Miss Mufti had also asked the government to provide the job to the Sanjay Sharma's widow and also a financial help to the family as she survived by 3 kids. Meanwhile, we are also seeing the J&K BJP chief Ravinder Rana, who's making all tall claims that the culprits will be dealt with strict punishment. This is Pulwama's Achan village where the killing was reported yesterday. My VJ Firdos is giving you the live visuals of the family and also the President, J&K President of BJP, J&K Chief of BJP, Ravinder Rana, who had come all the way from Jammu to express the condolence with the family. Although we are seeing the multiple CASOs being launched by the J&K police along with the army as far as this yesterday's killing is concerned to nab the culprits. Meanwhile, we are also seeing Miss Mufti targeting and training guns towards the BJP government and also the LG administration here, that when the government is making all tall claims that the terrorism is almost at the last leg or terrorism is over, where from the terrorists are coming and who are killing these unarmed civilians, unarmed people. And she's also appealing to locals that they should come all out and save those who are minorities in the Kashmir Valley.
Right, so Zina, there at the residence of the Kashmiri Pandit Sanjay Sharma, who was shot dead in broad daylight in Pulwama. Zinat, we also got visuals of just a short while ago of Mehbooba Mufti, who paradropped at Sanjay Sharma's residence. If you can tell us more about what is the family demanding at this stage and what exactly the kind of sentiment that you see not just in Pulwama but in other locations in J&K as well.
See, Samiksha, when we talk about the demand that is coming from the family is that they are demanding justice. Talking about the political leaders like Miss Mufti, she is making training guns towards the BJP government, that when the government is claiming that the terrorism is coming to an end in Jammu and Kashmir, where from the terrorists are coming who are targeting these unarmed civilians. She is demanding the government job to the widow of Sanjay Sharma and also to provide financial help to the kids of the Sanjay Sharma. We are seeing the BJP J&K chief Ravinder Rana also here to pay condolence to the family and giving assurances that the government is looking into the killing of Sanjay Sharma. As far as the reactions that are coming from the ground here, yesterday the South Kashmir witnessed the protest, the candlelight vigil that was organized by the locals, and they were demanding justice and were also raising slogans against the Pakistan, because it's the TRF, which is the offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba, that has claimed the responsibility for the killing of Sanjay Sharma, who was on the way to market when he was targeted by the terrorists. He received multiple gunshot wounds. He was evacuated to the hospital, and where he later succumbed to the injuries. We are seeing ADGP Kashmir coming out with a statement. They're working on the leads, and soon the terrorists who are involved in this kind of killing will be neutralized. So overall, we see the reaction coming from that. The people of Jammu and Kashmir are definitely not happy as far as the Jammu is concerned. We witnessed the protest there, and today once again the protest demonstration were held at the BJP headquarters in Srinagar, where again the BJP workers raised slogans against the Pakistan and they condemned this kind of killing, although the leaders of the J&K are making beeline here in Pulwama of South Kashmir. Yes, Samiksha.
Zeenat, we'll keep coming back to you. So Zeenat, they're reporting, in fact, she's there right outside the residence of Sanjay Sharma, where the family is mourning the loss of their loved one. We slip into a very short break for now, but top stories and news breaks to continue on the other side of this break. Battle for Northeast intensifies. Nagaland and Meghalaya go to polls today. Polling in the two states underway.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non-Soros media, non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them, Uncle Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor, we have no money, the mainstream media has money, we are broke, help us, please give us 100 rupees. Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. आप you are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप raise कर रहे हैं. मनीष सिसोदिया जी. सर नीचे कर दो. कहना चाहेंगे सर आप. शीशा नीचे कर दो. See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? पंजाब में क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान लाल, Mr. Wan, will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीछे.
Manish Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. आप you are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप raise कर रहे हैं. Manish Sisodia जी. सर नीचे कर दो. कहना चाहेंगे सर आप. शीशा नीचे कर दो. See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I'm about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no movement, no right or left wing so-called ideology, can you justify this? Republic will only and only be on the side of the people and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. Sack, apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India.
He told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? पंजाब में क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान लाल, Mr. Wan, will you answer the question
ऑफ रिपब्लिक टीवी पुलिस वालों को पीटा।
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव की काउंटिंग पीस।
News in brief, in a big setback for the lobby, Delhi High Court today dismissed petitions challenging Agnipath scheme. The Delhi High Court said that the court found the scheme was made in national interest and to ensure that armed forces are better equipped. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister inaugurated the Shivamogga airport today while he is on a visit to Karnataka. The Prime Minister will also inspect the newly built airport, after which he's all set to inaugurate and lay the foundation of multiple projects in Shivamogga district.
Aam Aadmi Party is chanting against the BJP regarding the arrest of Manish Sisodia in liquor scam by the CBI, and in fact the protest is nationwide throughout the country in the different states where AAP is alleging that it is a political arrest instead of investigation being fairly done. So this is the visual that we are getting throughout the nation, and in fact Republic is on the top of the story, but now we are slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, just because rolling coverage will be continued on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't government send the state and everybody army? They just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में? क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? भगवान Mr. One, will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीटा।
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव की काउंटिंग पीसफुली हुई, लेकिन जैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगा कि वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव हार रहे हैं, उन्होंने हमारी मेयर पर बुरी तरह से हमला किया।
चौथा कैंडिडेट आम आदमी पार्टी का चुनाव हार चुका है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने के ऊपर यहां गुंडागर्दी कर रही है।
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse.
In a short while from now, Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia in all likelihood would be taken out from the Central Bureau of Investigation headquarters here in the national capital and would be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. This after the Deputy Chief Minister was placed under arrest around 7:15 on Sunday evening. Remember, the grounds of arrest essentially being that his role as while he was heading the excise department, allegations that have been leveled against him was one of leaking the excise policy, the draft excise policy, and not just that. Sources also claim that the South Group essentially lobbied to tweak the excise policy so that only a handful few could benefit from this entire excise policy, leading to windfall profits for few companies. Over the next few hours, what we'll take you through is details of this particular case and what does this essentially mean, because there has been a massive political battle between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the latter has already started carrying out protests at multiple locations. In fact, here in the national capital too, there are protests that are going on. We'll get you the latest visuals of those very protests and our reporters getting you the live update. But let me just quickly give you a sense of what's really happening. We're barely about a couple of meters away from the CBI headquarters where Deputy Chief Minister is still being questioned is what we are being told. And the remand is now being prepared once he's produced before the court. The details of the investigation that has been carried out so far and why exactly has Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia been arrested, all that would be presented before the court. The Central Bureau of Investigation would be seeking further custody of the Deputy Chief Minister. Remember, they would have the 14-day period, but whether at all the court is going to agree to give them at a stretch 14 days or not, that is something that we'll have to wait and watch as to what really transpires in the court. We'll go across to our reporters on the ground getting you the latest details. In fact, my colleague Suesha is also reporting live from outside the BJP office where there were protests that were taking place. Suesha, over to you. Walk us through the details that you're picking up.
Oh yes, Shravan, so let me tell you it's 1:30 and despite the massive security deployment, the heavy barricading, the various checkpoints that you will witness while on your way to the BJP headquarters, let me also tell you that I see heightened movement right now. It is also because the checks are happening thoroughly. Senior teams of the police officials higher up in the ranks who are personally coming here to check the security apparatus. And while the Aam Aadmi Party had planned a massive showdown outside the BJP headquarters, which was actually slated at 12 p.m., I can tell you for a fact, Shravan, because I myself had to walk a large distance to get through here because of the very fact that the roads until a good 3 to 4 kilometers are blocked. They are barricaded. There is absolutely no way that one can actually cross through this security deployment. That is to begin with. Also, let me tell you that why we particularly see heightened movement now is because the Rouse Avenue Court is barely under a kilometer from here. So you can literally walk across this entire stretch and reach the Rouse Avenue Court, where again you see heavy media contingent and obviously a heightened deployment, also for the reason that Sisodia will be shortly produced at the Rouse Avenue Court in about half an hour from now. But like I said, Shravan, that while the Aam Aadmi Party has heightened the protests across various parts of the country, and if you actually see the pattern, it is more so in the Aam Aadmi Party led states or the non-BJP ruled states. Again, very practiced and designed in terms of the slogans, in terms of the lines that the Aam Aadmi Party workers and supporters are taking. But here, the BJP headquarters, and let me tell my camera person Vivek to quickly pan the camera. This is like a fortress as we talk, Shravan. Heavily guarded, manned at every possible point, heavy barricading, lot of police personnel. So let's walk across to that point also to show you. A lot of police personnel who are here at every checkpoint, the roads that have been blocked, routes that have been diverted for anyone who would actually take this route to get from point A to point B. All of that has been barricaded, and there is no way that one can even get close to the BJP headquarters, because like you see, there is no entry that is allowed except for the media, except for police personnel themselves, except for those vehicles that have the permission to enter the BJP headquarters. It no one can possibly get to this point, which was the original plan of the Aam Aadmi Party. And let's also not forget how the Aam Aadmi Party office is very, very close from here strategically. But no way, absolutely, Shravan, that one can really get even close to the BJP headquarters today.
Well, in fact, there are also protests that are taking place in Chandigarh. We'll try and go across to my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us the latest details. Amandeep, it does turn out that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make the most of the situation, where they've started the entire political rhetoric that this is a fake case that has been registered against Manish Sisodia. In fact, they're raking the fact that this is not the first time. Several of their legislators have been arrested in the past, but they're saying that all of this is for a good cause. What is it the Aam Aadmi Party has to say now?
Well, absolutely, Shaman, you have rightly pointed it out. And in fact, you can see, I just wanted to give you the sense through the visuals. The entire Aam Aadmi Party has been taught with the similar lines that has to be come out in the media and the public regarding the arrest of the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. If we talk about any leader, any worker, they are continuously pressing that this is a political arrest. The one who has worked a lot on the schools of Delhi, he has been arrested instead of getting him utilized to improve the schools. These are the lines that we are repeatedly listening from entire Aam Aadmi Party. And here you can see that Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, they are trying to show maximum strength just because they have their own government in Punjab with 92 MLAs, and certain ministers and the MLAs are here along with their supporters. Even yesterday evening, Shaman, the message has been spread along all the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, MLAs, ministers, and in fact the local leaders and the constituency heads as well, to bring maximum number of supporters to Chandigarh to lodge the protest to show the maximum strength. Just because after Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party has Punjab is the only state where, full-fledged state in fact, where Aam Aadmi Party is ruling. So that is the reason. You can see the visuals as well, Shavan. The people came here in Chandigarh from the different parts of the Punjab with the similar lines, and in fact they have been taught it. They have been speaking on the same line that this is a political arrest, and in fact Manish.
Well, the protests also not just in Chandigarh but here in the national capital outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground, getting you the latest details. But just a quick summation of what we know so far. From the time Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been arrested, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit the streets, saying that once again this is a fake case that has been registered against the leader, saying that there is absolutely no evidence that the agency has against Manish Sisodia. But is that the case? That the Central Bureau of Investigation, by way of sources, have refuted the claims that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that they have enough evidence for putting Manish Sisodia behind bars, that essentially being that you already have a 164 statement recorded of a bureaucrat who has implicated the Deputy Chief Minister. In fact, they've also come across evidence indicating that the South Group has basically lobbied for tinkering the excise policy. The fact of the matter is that there is a forensic examination that has been done of the computers that was seized from Manish Sisodia's office. It turns out that the files pertaining to the excise policy were deleted. It was once again retrieved by the forensic department. Then turns out that the draft excise policy was actually found from an external system, first being forwarded through WhatsApp, once again indicating that whether at all there were others apart from the excise department who were aware of what entails in the excise policy or in the draft. We're getting you more details on this entire on this entire breaking development that's taking place on this issue. In fact, there have been protests that have broken out in multiple locations, starting from Jammu all the way to Madhya Pradesh, where the Aam Aadmi Party is now out on the streets protesting against the arrest that has been made. In fact, Punjab Chief Minister was also in the national capital late last evening, visiting the residence of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. But the bigger questions that emerge at this point in time: why exactly hasn't the Aam Aadmi Party not taken a single question on the liquor scam? If there is no evidence, why not come out in the open and speak about it? In fact, they've always tried to deflect this entire issue by saying that it is only because of the good work or the development model of the Aam Aadmi Party that has resulted in an envious BJP, and that is the reason why they're trying to curb the growth of the Aam Aadmi Party. They've tried to link this to political campaigns. They've tried to link this by saying that their growth in states like Gujarat was being curbed by simply calling Manish Sisodia for examination. If you remember, the first summons that was sent out to Manish Sisodia was at a time when the Gujarat campaigning was actually taking place, and Manish Sisodia was all set for a roadshow. But before that, he was called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This, the Aam Aadmi Party says, was yet another attempt by the BJP to try and curb them. There are some latest visuals now coming in. Let's cut across.
सभी साथी बारी की तरफ आ जाए, आगे की तरफ सभी साथी आ जाए। ऋतुराज भाई सारे लोग आगे आ जाओ। शिक्षा मंत्री देखिए जिस तरह से केंद्र आम आदमी पार्टी के एक नेता के खिलाफ झूठे मुकदमे दर्ज कर रही है, झूठे मामले दर्ज कर रही है। वो चाहती है आम आदमी पार्टी का हर विधायक, हर मंत्री, हर नेता को गिरफ्तार कर ले। तो हम मोदी जी के पास आ रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास, कि हम गिरफ्तार करने के लिए तैयार करिए। सारे लोग आज गिरफ्तारी देने के लिए आई हैं। आप हमें खत्म कर दीजिए, पूरी पार्टी को खत्म कर दीजिए, सबको जेल में डाल दीजिए। पूरी दुनिया को पता चले कि आज भारत के अंदर कैसी तानाशाही चल रही है, किस तरीके से इमरजेंसी के हालात आज देश के अंदर हैं कि अच्छे लोगों को जिन्होंने पूरी जिंदगी शिक्षा के लिए लगा दी, उन लोगों को जेल में डाला जा रहा है, बिना सबूत के डाला जा रहा है, बिना कानून के डाला जा रहा है। पूरी तानाशाही आज चरम पे है। देखिए पुलिस जिस तरीके से डंडे मार रही है, हमारे एक पार्षद का गला पकड़ के पुलिस वाले ने पीछे धकेल दिया। ये सीधा गुंडागर्दी है। ऐसा देश की राजधानी में हो रहा है तो आप सोचिए देश के दूसरे हिस्सों में क्या होता होगा। आज हम शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मगर उससे भी हमें रोका जा रहा है। यहाँ पे 144 धारा लगाई गई है, पूरी तरीके से गलत है, तानाशाही है। देखिए राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट के पास 5 रास्ते हैं। आप उन्हें कनॉट प्लेस से ले जाइए, आप उन्हें पीछे दिल्ली गेट से ले जाइए। ये रास्ता राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट का रास्ता नहीं है, इसके अलावा 5 और रास्ते भी हैं।
देखिए जिस तरीके से मनीष सिसोदिया जी को फर्जी मुकदमे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गिरफ्तार किया है, हम सारे लोग यहाँ हथकड़ी लगा के इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि हम सबको एक साथ ही गिरफ्तार कर लो। जिस तरीके से तानाशाही भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, हम सारे लोग क्या कहते हैं कि पूरी आम आदमी पार्टी को एक साथ ही आप बंद कर दो, जेल में खत्म करो आम आदमी पार्टी। ये लोग अडानी से दोस्ती करते हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्रियों पर, नेताओं पर मुकदमा लिखाते हैं। जिसने दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों को भविष्य को सुधारा है, उसको आप जेल भेज रहे हो और अडानी से आपकी दोस्ती है। निहायत ही शर्मनाक है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तानाशाही पर उतरी है। आप देखिए पूरी पार्टी को किले के रूप में तब्दील कर दिया है। हमारे विधायकों को घसीट रहे हैं, पार्षदों को पीट रहे हैं। यह तानाशाही है, लोकतंत्र के लिए काला दिन है और मुझे लगता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इसका जवाब देना होगा।
आप लोग यहाँ पे पुलिस हटा रही है, आगे क्या?
देखिए हम यहाँ डटे रहेंगे, हम इंसाफ की लड़ाई लड़ने आए हैं। इन जालिमों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं, इनकी तानाशाही से झुकने वाले नहीं हैं। ये मोदी ये अडानी के दलाल हैं और हम लोग सच्चाई पर चलने वाले लोग हैं, इनसे डरने वाले नहीं हैं।
जिस तरीके से अत्याचार भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी कर रहे हैं, सभी साथियों से अनुरोध है कि आगे से बैरिकेड की तरफ है, सभी साथियों से अनुरोध है आगे की तरफ है। मोदी है, 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 मोदी है।
Well, the political fight between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP has only now intensified. The Aam Aadmi Party is certainly not willing to relent at this stage, saying that has been yet another instance where the Aam Aadmi Party is essentially being targeted. They've also put out the list of the legislators who have been arrested so far by multiple agencies from the time that they have been in power, saying that this is a nervous BJP that is basically acting at this point in time. BJP, on the other hand, has been countering this by saying that if you have nothing to hide, then why not come out in the open and speak about the liquor policy? And the same very liquor policy that was withdrawn by the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, if you keep the political rhetoric aside, there are several questions one needs to ask at this stage, given the fact that some sensational details are emerging with regards to the investigation that has been carried out. Is it really true that files were actually deleted from a system that belonged to Manish Sisodia's office? Is it true that the draft excise policy was with those who participated in the tendering process, those who finally got the licenses to carry out the liquor business in the national capital? Is it true that there were multiple meetings that took place with the South group and they were the ones who actually tweaked the excise policy? Questions galore at this point in time, but not a single answer really coming in. We'll stay with these visuals that are now coming in, dramatic visuals coming in from the national capital, also from other parts of the country where the protests are only intensifying. In a short while from now, the CBI would be taking out Deputy Chief Minister from the headquarters and would be proceeding towards the Rouse Avenue court where he would be produced. They would be seeking custody of Deputy Chief Minister. At this stage, we do not know for how many days would they be seeking the custody of the Deputy Chief Minister. But important to point out here is that this battle between both the parties is unlikely to die anytime soon, given the fact that they are making this entire arrest of the Deputy Chief Minister as completely political. Suesha, it turns out that the protests are only intensifying. Well, in fact, let me just bring in my colleagues Suesha, Shivangi, as well as Amandeep. Shivangi, if you can hear me, the protests are only intensifying. You are reporting from outside the Rouse Avenue court, where we are being told that he would be physically produced only after 2 p.m. Anything that you are picking up?
Right, absolutely, Shravan, and this is exactly what we had told our viewers in the morning, because right now we are seeing that the protests are intensifying in the national capital, other places as well, but very soon where I am reporting from, that is a Rouse Avenue court, that is where Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM of Delhi, will be produced. So very soon we'll see that him coming out. His medical exam got over a short while back. We have got some details about what we can expect next. Number one, MK Nagpal is the judge who will be hearing the case. Number two, CBI will be looking for custody for at least 14 days. So there are many arguments being made in court. Of course, those details you had got for our viewers as well. But as we show our viewers all these visuals coming on the screen of the protests which are happening, it's very, very important to note that the Aam Aadmi Party from the beginning, ever since the charges were heard, not just at Manish Sisodia, but also at Satyendra Jain, who's also the first big arrest which was made in the when it comes to money laundering and corruption. Ever since that, the Aam Aadmi Party has always said one thing. They've always said that this is vendetta politics. They've said that it's dirty politics. But on the other hand, they have refused to answer questions, very important questions, very pointed questions about the Delhi excise policy. Now, as we show our viewers those visuals coming in, where we can see that even heavy security has been deployed in New Delhi as Aam Aadmi Party is protesting. All roads to the court have been blocked. This is the big breaking coming in. All roads have been blocked to the court. The court is where I am right now, Shravan, and all our viewers. So that means that because of the kind of protests which are happening. But where we are right now, here we don't see any protests as of yet. We don't see much. We just see a bit of security, a bit of police personnel deployed. A short while back, senior police officials were here and they had said that they are looking at the law and order situation. They have come here to make sure the logistics are right and they're cooperating to make sure that there's no law and order situation. In the case it might go out of control. So, but we are learning that all the roads till where I am right now, they have been blocked. And as we continue our coverage, just to the viewers exactly what are the charges against Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia was arrested and he was questioned for more than 7 to 8 hours for criminal conspiracy and intent to defraud under the Indian Penal Code and the Prevention of Corruption Act. CBI is likely to ask for custody, at least a 14-day custody for him. And we are getting more details that the sections against him are 120B, criminal conspiracy, 477A, intent to defraud to the Indian Penal Code, and the Section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. And a lot of names have come up, including Vijay and Nair. Many arrests have been made. At least 10 people have been arrested when it comes to Delhi excise policy. But Manish Sisodia, being the deputy CM, that's a very big name, a very big political figure who has been arrested in the Delhi excise policy case. And the allegations against him are completely serious when it comes to corruption, especially. Remember that there are many allegations. Number one, that the Delhi excise policy was tweaked to give kickbacks and favors to certain private players. We're getting on the details here, Shravan, and just counting down for Manish Sisodia to appear at the court, Rouse Avenue Court. I'm coming back to you now.
Well, in fact, staying with the latest developments from outside the CBI headquarters, while we stay full frame with those visuals of the protests that are taking place at various locations, not just in the national capital also, but protests that were taking place in Jammu, in Madhya Pradesh, as well as in Chandigarh. We'll try and go across to Amandeep in a short while from now, and Suesha is also join us on this broadcast, getting the latest details. But viewers, all of you who are tuning in right now, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia happens to be an accused number 1 in the FIR that was registered last year. Thereafter, at least multiple arrests have taken place, 7 arrests that have been taken place so far in this particular case by the Central Bureau of Investigation, as well as the Enforcement Directorate, which has made at least 3 such arrests. And following those arrests, finally Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, after first examination by the CBI, was once again called yesterday, where he was questioned for several hours put together, and finally around 7 o'clock in the evening, exactly at 7:15 in the evening, he was placed under arrest. The grounds of the arrest that we are also picking up from our sources basically indicates that there is evidence that they've come across to suggest that the draft policy was actually leaked. We'll get into the details in a short while from now, but before I do that, let me also quickly bring in my colleague Suesha, who's getting us the latest details from outside the BJP headquarters, because remember, this has become a massive political war between both the parties, Suesha. In fact, the BJP is now daring the Aam Aadmi Party to directly speak on the liquor gate as to whether at all their leaders are involved or not. And that's a direct question that the BJP is now asking the Aam Aadmi Party. Why talk about education when the question is right now about the liquor policy?
No, but Shravan, I would like to point out one more thing. See, the original plan of the Aam Aadmi Party was to really come down here outside the BJP headquarters and, indulge in that showdown, really call out the BJP. But that was really a plan, an aim that was hard to achieve, given how that this particular belt and the entire belt, Shravan, literally is so heavily guarded, so heavily manned. Let's also understand how the Aam Aadmi Party is actually not very far away from here, and literally a few roads from here, a few minutes down from here is the Aam Aadmi Party office. And after really planning on coming here, which they could not, now we see these kind of scenes unfold at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Now, Shravan, needless to say that they are just going on and trying to really push the chorus that it is a political vendetta and nothing more. So much so that Kejriwal has gone on to say that there is political pressure on the CBI. Not that the CBI really wanted to arrest Manish Sisodia. This despite the statement that was put out that he was not cooperating with the investigation. They are wanting to push the very statement that the agency is under pressure. And this is exactly why we now see that at a time close to 2 p.m. Shravan, when Manish Sisodia is to be physically brought to the Rouse Avenue court, which again is not very far from here. Aam Aadmi Party creating that and really, the dramatic scenes that we see unfold at the Aam Aadmi Party office. We have to step into a very short break, Shravan. We'll be back.
और फिलहाल यहाँ रुक रहे एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए ब्रेक
Well, slipping into a short break. On the other side, we continue with our rolling coverage of that big development taking place at the CBI headquarters. Manish Sisodia placed under arrest. We'll get you the latest on the other side.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Manish Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Sir, what do you have to say? आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. You are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप raise कर रहे हैं Manish Sisodia जी. सर नीचे कर दो. सर आप नीचे कर दो. See the picture of Manish Sisodia is now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non-Soros media, non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them, Uncle Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you've got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor, we have no money, the mainstream media has money, we are broke, help us, please give us 100 rupees. Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
We told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't governments and the state and everybody, army, they just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता, हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं।
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially the Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. Well, I tell them Uncle Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor, we have no money, the mainstream media has money, we are broke, help us, please give us 100 rupees. Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
Manish Sisodia is now reached. We are getting the live picture. Kasa, what do you have to say?
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Aam Aadmi Party mega showdown over Manish Sisodia's arrest in the national capital. From New Delhi to Chandigarh to Bengaluru, Aam Aadmi Party holds multi-city protest. Sisodia said to be produced before court. Section 144 imposed outside Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Prime Minister in Karnataka inaugurates Shivamogga airport, pitches for double-engine government. Massive anger across Jammu and Kashmir over the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Sanjay Sharma in Pulwama. And voting underway in Meghalaya and Nagaland. Counting of votes will be on March 2nd.
Okay. You can see that now the situation is turning very sensitive just because all the Aam Aadmi Party protesters, leaders and in fact ministers, MLAs, they all are trying to gherav the BJP office and police is trying to negotiate the talks and in fact asking them to surrender themselves to the preventive custody. But they are turning to be very adamant and in fact they have been dragged into one place where the police is trying to negotiate the talks and in fact the situation is turning to be very uncertain and even the police with the massive deployment, Chandigarh police have deployed a massive force and put out the barricades so that the protesters should not cross from one point and you can see this is how the leaders, the ministers and even the police is trying to negotiate the talk but now the protesters are saying that they wanted to cross the
मीडिया वालों का पुलिस वालों का आम इंसान का सबका काम है
पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल ये सारे नेता आए थे यहाँ पे में उद्धव ठाकरे से मुलाकात की थी और संडे को इस तरीके की गिरफ्तारी हो जाती है आपको क्या लगता है कि ये सारा कदम उठाया गया है
ये बिल्कुल जाहिर सी बात है कि वो मनीष जी को अरेस्ट करने की बहुत समय से कोशिश कर रहे थे क्योंकि उनका ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली में खिल नहीं सका क्योंकि लोटस बस फ्यूचर में खिलता है लेकिन दिल्ली में मनीष सिसोदिया को उन्होंने बहुत धमकाया वो उनकी धमकियों में नहीं आए इसीलिए आज उनको अरेस्ट किया है
बीजेपी का कहना है कि अगर कुछ गलत नहीं किया है तो कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाए कोर्ट फैसला करेगी सही हुआ है कि गलत हुआ है
Bye. So the party workers
अभी आप लोगों का विजुअल बनाना है।
All right, viewers. So right now we're seeing a massive protests which are breaking out in multiple places. Right now we're seeing violent clashes in Mumbai. Those are the visuals coming on your screen of that happening. Not just in Mumbai, Chandigarh, New Delhi, Bengaluru, multiple city protests happening as we speak. Just before Manish Sisodia is supposed to be produced to Rouse Avenue Court. Just before that, we're seeing violent protests. In fact, police has been deployed in multiple cities. Multiple city protests happening right now, and this is happening as Aam Aadmi Party claims that the arrest of Manish Sisodia was not due for. That's what they're saying. And on the other hand, we are seeing that Manish Sisodia will be produced in Rouse Avenue Court very shortly. It's around 2:06 p.m. right now. So anytime now we can expect that the Deputy CM Manish Sisodia to be produced in the Rouse Avenue Court, and MK Nagpal we hear is going to go over the proceedings of that case. We also hear that the CBI will be asking for a 14-day custody of Manish Sisodia. So multiple updates coming in. We are seeing that huge protest is happening not just in Delhi but in Chandigarh, Mumbai, in other areas as well. And we also know that Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained. The Aam Aadmi Party had earlier claimed that the roads to the court have been blocked. The Aam Aadmi Party is making many claims right now as these protests continue in different parts, multiple cities. So right now visuals coming in of the Aam Aadmi Party workers being detained. And this is the excise policy which has in fact been an issue when it first broke out. The story first broke when there were raids being conducted at Manish Sisodia's residence a few months ago. And after that, we're seeing that multiple arrests have been made. The biggest arrest, of course, being of a Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM. That has definitely been the biggest arrest when it comes to Delhi excise policy case. Many names have cropped up, viewers. And let's see how this really started. So earlier, the CBI had traced one of the excise policy draft documents to a different system that was not.
Aam Aadmi Party workers are on the streets, and in fact, massive police is deployed out here, and the clashes. These are the visuals from the clashes. The Republic TV is giving you visuals from the clashes between Mumbai police and the Aam Aadmi Party workers out here. The Aam Aadmi Party workers are sleeping on the roads and blocking the roads out here, and just because of that, just because of the arrest of Manish Sisodia, now Aam Aadmi Party workers are on the streets. They are not ready to vacate the busy street of Churchgate, and in fact dramatic visuals coming out here from Mumbai. In fact, you see the slogans being raised against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Slogans is being raised against BJP, and these are the dramatic visuals coming out from Churchgate. They have blocked this very street. This is a very busy street, and they have blocked it. And for the same reason, Mumbai police is struggling. Mumbai police is in fact struggling to vacate this place. Massive crowd has gathered out here. They are raising slogans. And Neeraj showed this as well. There you see heavy traffic jam. Heavy traffic jam is there because of this protest, and now the traffic have started moving. In fact, just because of this massive protest. There we go. Mumbai police is seen in action, and now everyone is being detained. Everyone is being detained now. Here you go. So Aam Aadmi Party workers are being detained by Mumbai police, and Mumbai police is in fact on the streets, and we saw the dramatic visuals, the clashes between Mumbai police and there you go, women are being detained by Mumbai police, and in fact this is a very dramatic visuals coming out from Mumbai, wherein Aam Aadmi Party workers are on the streets protesting against the arrest made by CBI. Remember, Manish Sisodia is being arrested by CBI in the liquor scam case. प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं आप लोग मनीष सिसोदिया के ऊपर शराब घोटाले का आरोप।
अडानी पे भी तो आरोप है, अडानी को क्यों नहीं गिरफ्तार किया?
उनके ऊपर नहीं, उनके ऊपर कुछ सिद्ध नहीं हुआ है, केवल आरोप है, लेकिन सीबीआई के पास एविडेंसेस है जिसके बाद उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई।
बीजेपी में भी कितने सारे भ्रष्टाचारी नेता है, उन पे क्यों नहीं आरोप सिद्ध होके अरेस्ट होते हैं? उनको भी तो अरेस्ट करना चाहिए ना।
आप बताएं, मनीष सिसोदिया को अरेस्ट किया गया है, आप लोग भारी संख्या पे सड़कों पे, क्या डिमांड है?
हमने डिमांड किया है कि जल्द से जल्द मनीष सिसोदिया छोड़ जाए। मनीष सिसोदिया पूरे देश के बच्चों का भविष्य है, और ये अडानी का ये लोग जांच नहीं करवा रहे, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया करवा रहे, क्योंकि बच्चों का भविष्य बनाना चाहता है, भारत को एक अच्छा देश बनाना चाहता है।
इसके ऊपर लिकर स्कैम का आरोप है, शराब घोटाले का आरोप,
ये पूरा गलत आरोप है। उसको क्लीन चिट दे दिया कोर्ट ने, फिर भी ये लोग
अभी तो जांच चालू है, क्लीन चिट नहीं दिया है। तो सीबीआई हैज द एविडेंसेस, एंड ऑन दैट behalf of that Manish Sisodia is being arrested, and you see the visuals out here. You see the visuals out here, very dramatic visuals, wherein the protesters are on the streets. Protesters are on the streets, and now Mumbai police is trying to vacate this place. Maximum of the protesters have been detained. They were supposed to march towards BJP office in Nariman Point from Churchgate, but they have been detained in fact out here at the Churchgate station. They blocked the road, due to which heavy traffic jam was faced by the commuters, and now you see the visuals out here.
And yes, those are the scenes that are coming in from various parts of the country, where, remember, in Mumbai, my colleague Sandeep getting us those very dramatic pictures where you would see a lot of this, the Aam Aadmi Party upping the ante against the BJP. This as we are also tracking live visuals at the Rouse Avenue Court, where, remember, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will be brought. And the very reason that the Aam Aadmi Party is keeping the heat going, because they are bent upon pushing the narrative to the people of the country that this is nothing but political vendetta, and it is the agency that is under a lot of political pressure. I also want to bring in my colleague Prakash, who is tracking the developments on the ground in Patna, because Prakash, this particular time is important. In the court will also be decided to what happens next to Manish Sisodia. The CBI made the arrest last evening after questioning him for 8 hours and said that he remains evasive. This despite very specific documents that he was shown and asked answers to, but he dodged all those questions, and for the very reason the CBI explained that they had to arrest him. But we see how the Aam Aadmi Party is really keeping the pressure going to push this point across to the people of the country, saying that this is political vendetta. And Prakash, if I come to you, what's happening in Patna, because we primarily see these protests more in the Aam Aadmi Party ruled states and the non-BJP states.
Well, yes, here the Aam Aadmi Party workers have gathered here outside the BJP office. There we can see holding placards protesting against the arrest of Manish Sisodia. And as you rightly pointed out, the investigating agency squeezed him for quite long before making an arrest. and the agencies might have found something incriminating to arrest him, because without any substance or basis, one fails to understand how can the agencies arrest him. And here we can see Aam Aadmi Party workers, because Aam Aadmi Party does not have much penetration in Bihar. They are protesting outside the BJP.
जी, जिस तरीके से अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से मोदी जी के सीबीआई ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया है, पिछले कई सालों से उनके ऊपर कई मुकदमे, कई गिरफ्तारियां, कई सारे उनके ऊपर जांच और छापे।
We can see that also the Aam Aadmi Party workers are raising slogans against the central government, against the arrest of Manish Sisodia, and there we see आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? शिक्षा
आज देश के सबसे ईमानदार और कट्टर हमारे साथी, हमारे दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जिस तरह से परेशान करके गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये इसके लिए आवाज उठ रही है। उनके सारे सिपाही आज सड़क पे है और संसद तक भी इसकी आवाज उठेगी। शिक्षा का निर्माण, देश का निर्माण नहीं रुकेगा। ये आवाज सुन ले मोदी सरकार, हम नहीं रुकने वाले और ये निर्ध्वस्त और नकारात्मक राजनीति नहीं चलेगी। सकारात्मकता की राजनीति कीजिए, विपक्ष की आवाज को दबाइए नहीं, बंद नहीं कीजिए। ये हमारा देश किसी एक व्यक्ति का गुलाम नहीं है, किसी एक व्यक्ति का सत्ताधारी व्यक्ति अपक्ष।
There you see the workers protesting here outside the BJP office. Not much ruckus.
You can see now the police has started their procedure and started detaining the ministers, MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party from Punjab. And in fact, now you can see the detention process has been started and they have been taken into the custody by Chandigarh police, just because law and order situation is very much important here. Just they wanted to gherav the Punjab BJP office, which was not actually allowed. And you can see these are the ministers, MLAs, and even local leaders. Now they have been detained by Chandigarh police, and they are pushing into the police bus, and further they will be taken. They will be taken into the police station for the preventive measures as well. You can see the visuals. You can see the visuals. I request my camera person to kindly show you the visuals of the bus. Show you the visuals of the bus, that how they have been detained. There are ministers, there are MLAs, they are leaders, and even they are in the power of in Punjab, and you can see. And even if my camera person can kindly show you the visuals of the bus where these leaders have been detained and in fact taken into the hour-long protest by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now they have been taken into the custody. They have been taken into the custody. Further, they will be taken to the police station to maintain the law and order situation. The Chandigarh police have forcibly pushing these people into the bus for the preventive detention. क्या कहना चाहिए आप? क्या ये प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा? क्या ये
बीजेपी दी गुंडागर्दी दे खिलाफ बिल्कुल झुकांगे नहीं। बीजेपी दी गुंडागर्दी दे खिलाफ हमें नंगा होएगा।
See the visuals, one after another minister has been dragged into the police bus and will be taken into the and here you can see that now the police has taken these protesters into the custody, and further they will be taken into the police station from the preventive measures, just because this protest has potential to create the law and order situation. And more protesters are being detained, and in fact the Chandigarh police is in action, in a full action mode now. They have not allowed to go nearby the Punjab BJP headquarters, and now taken into the custody everybody, ministers, MLAs, and even local leaders, they all are a part of this protest. But now they have taken into the custody, and further they will be taken towards the police station, and there where they will remain into the custody for a couple of hours, and further they'll be released after the detention. You can see the visuals. These are the visuals of Aam Aadmi Party Punjab, who are continuously on the protest for a couple of hours against the arrest of Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi Manish Sisodia by CBI in a liquor scam. But now the entire Aam Aadmi Party ministers, MLAs and the local leaders have been taken into the custody. I request my camera person to kindly follow the bus also, that how they are creating this narrative that this is a political arrest, not an investigative arrest. And you can see the visuals. I mean, even they are trying to block the bus as well. They are trying to block the police bus as well, that the police is taking these protesters into the preventive measure. But the protesters are moving ahead. The protesters are moving ahead of the police bus as well. Some of the leaders, ministers and MLAs are inside, and in fact certain supporters are moving ahead, escorting the police bus till the police station. You can see these are the drama. This is the dramatic visuals that has been coming from the Chandigarh, and even the Chandigarh police is trying to maintain the law and order situation. And on the roads of Chandigarh, it's a huge chaos. It's a huge chaos. It's a huge chaos by the Aam Aadmi Party supporters, MLAs, leaders, ministers, and it is the local people are completely into the shamble, what to do, what not to do, just because this protest is happening in the residential area of Chandigarh. And even now you can see some of the protesters are escorting the bus, and in fact leaders, ministers and MLAs are inside the bus. They have been detained by the Chandigarh police. You can see this is the visual of Punjab Aam Aadmi Party, just because they are showing maximum strength. They are in the power in Punjab. Punjab is a full-fledged state that is under the control of Aam Aadmi Party, where AAP is ruling, and that is the reason a maximum show of strength from Punjab. They are trying to show, though Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister, is already in New Delhi in support of this protest. And in fact now all the workers, leaders, MLAs from the different parts of Punjab are here protesting, and the bus is completely loaded. The bus is completely loaded. That may lead to any accident as well. The bus is actually overloaded with the AAP workers as well as AAP MLAs and ministers, and even the security of the ministers is completely following the bus as well on the foot. And even you can see this is the visual of Chandigarh, where Aam Aadmi Party of Punjab, or we can say the government of Punjab, is trying to show the strength, the maximum strength, against the arrest of Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi Manish Sisodia by CBI in liquor scam. Now the entire leadership has been taken into the custody by Chandigarh police for the preventive measures, and further they will be released after giving them a strict warning. Over to studio.
Right, so we continue to get these dramatic pictures from various parts of the country where the Aam Aadmi Party is ensuring that they are pushing this narrative of political pressure, of political vendetta. Now remember, as they had planned these protests, even in the national capital, right outside the BJP office, those attempts have clearly failed. But this entire area that is heavily barricaded, because within a few meters from here is where the Rouse Avenue court is, where any time now Manish Sisodia will be produced physically. And just a few meters away from here is also the Aam Aadmi Party office, where we are witnessing some very dramatic pictures. The Aam Aadmi Party continues to say that no matter what and how this investigation goes, there will not be anything, any black spot on Manish Sisodia. who is in the dock right now. And Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to add that it is actually the agency that is under political pressure. This despite the statement coming in from the CBI that Manish Sisodia was evasive. He did not cooperate with the investigation, and that was the very reason that after over 8 hours of questioning, they had to arrest him. He will be produced in the Rouse Avenue court shortly from now. Republic is getting you the news from all the vantage points today, and what really is happening with in connection with the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, and what the court decides today, if there will be further custodial interrogation, and what the CBI is going to demand in the court today. But even as this very crucial hour, the details coming in from the Rouse Avenue court where Manish Sisodia will be brought shortly, we see dramatic pictures coming in from various parts of the country, from all the Aam Aadmi Party ruled states, from those states which are not ruled by the BJP especially, and they are upping the ante against the ruling party, where they are saying that this is nothing but an attempt to frame the Aam Aadmi Party, to frame and rather paralyze governance in the national capital by pinning down their most important men. Remember, this is the second minister who is heavily in the dock, Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, and you see how this entire area is heavily barricaded, checkpoints that are being manned, and not possible for anybody really because to cut this across, because usually this is a very, very crowded stretch in the national capital on a daily basis, but all these routes have been diverted, all these routes have been now shut for the very fact that Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will be brought to the Rouse Avenue court, which is about a few meters from here. We are witnessing protests in Jammu, New Delhi, Punjab, Mumbai, Bhopal, Patna, Hyderabad, all of these places where you see how the Aam Aadmi Party workers and supporters are coming out in full force, in full strength. So much so that in some places there was also use of physical force, pushing and shoving, and so many of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have also been detained since yesterday, as they have been protesting against what is happening to Manish Sisodia, who is in the dock of the CBI. And I remember even when he was questioned yesterday, through 8 hours of questioning, some very specific documents that were shown to him, on the basis of which the CBI was trying to get answers from him, but that is far from what really had happened. And Shavan also got us those details, source-based information of how digital evidence was found, a lot of files that were deleted, and through forensics those files were retrieved, on the basis of which what really happened in the excise scam, and who were the people involved, how permissions were given to certain parties which was out of turn, and this really had got the CBI to know what had happened. Shavan, I want to come to you because this again is an offense to how evidence was also tried to, they had also tried to delete the evidence that may have been. But as we talk, Shavan, what are the latest details? We'll also try and get Shivangi. What time is Manish Sisodia likely to be produced in the Rouse Avenue court, because it is already 2:30 now?
Well, in fact, let's take our viewers through the latest developments, all the arrangements that are essentially being done right now. What you see, barely about 100 meters away from the Central Bureau of Investigations headquarters, what you can see, the kind of arrangement that has been done right now. I'll just ask Ravanji just to give you a closer look. It seems that any time now, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia will be taken out of the CBI headquarters. There's already a lot of movement that's actually taking place. The bandobast that has been done by the Delhi police at this stage. Remember, there's always that fear that law and order could be completely disrupted, given the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has already threatened that they would be hitting the streets. There are protests that are already taking place, and that's the reason why all eyes are right now at the moment he is taken out of the CBI headquarters, which we are assuming that it could happen anytime in the next couple of minutes, perhaps, because of the kind of movement that's taking place outside the CBI headquarters. Now, it's going to be very crucial to see what is it that the CBI basically tells the court with regards to why exactly Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Now, the information that we are picking up from our sources within the agency is that they've come across evidence to suggest that the excise policy was actually tweaked. That was on behalf of the South Group as well as the Delhi lobby. You know, as we speak and give you more details, you can see the kind of arrangements that have been done right now, because they do not want to take any chances, given the fact that there are already protests at various parts of the city. The Aam Aadmi Party is protesting outside the BJP headquarters. They've been protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters also. So all arrangements are essentially being done right now to ensure that this entire process becomes a little smooth, so that as they move out from this, as they are taken out from here to the Rouse Avenue court, no untoward incident should take place, and that's the reason why we have seen at the Rouse Avenue court also the Special Police Commissioner of Delhi Police, Dipendra Pathak, was also present there taking stock of the situation. Here too, you've seen the one company of the RAF has also been brought in to ensure that this entire area has been completely cordoned off. Now, if you take a look at it, this entire area has been, no one is basically allowed to go in. There are a couple of government offices here, so that only those who work in these offices are basically allowed. And that's the kind of, security arrangements have essentially been done so that, if at all the Aam Aadmi Party workers, volunteers, if they at all make that attempt to try and come closer, they would be prevented from doing so. That fear still remains right now for the security forces here, because given the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has issued multiple threats saying that they're not going to take this lying low, because they believe that this is a complete fake case that has been registered against their own leader. And this is not the first time that such cases have been registered against their leaders. They say that from the time that they have come to power here in the national capital, multiple cases have been registered against their legislators, against cabinet ministers and several others. And that is the reason why they say that they are not willing to take any chances at this point in time. What are we really to expect in the next couple of hours once Manish Sisodia is presented before the court? Remember, they would be seeking custody of Manish Sisodia, while the provision allows them for about 14 days of custody. Whether at all a direct 14-day custody would be granted to the Central Bureau of Investigation is concerned, that's not known. But it's going to be important, because here on, the investigation is going to only gain momentum, because so far, whenever Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has essentially been asked about his role in the liquor scam, he's basically feigned ignorance. In fact, he says that I don't remember to most of the questions that have been asked so far. He has been evasive. And that is the reason why the CBI essentially believes that custodial interrogation of the Deputy Chief Minister becomes extremely crucial at this point in time. That would become clear in the next few hours once Manish Sisodia is presented before the court and that remand is produced before the court, and we get a better clarity of what is it that the CBI has found so far. We'll also bring in our other reporters who are getting us live reports from various parts of the capital city. In fact, let's try and also go across to Piyush to give you a closer glimpse of the other side of the CBI headquarters, where he's present there. In a short while from now, we're expecting Manish Sisodia would be taken out. If Piyush is ready, we can go across to Piyush to get you the latest updates as to what's really happening on the other side. I'll check with my producers also. Shivangi is also joining us on this broadcast. She is there at the Rouse Avenue court. Shivangi, what's the situation there? Because a short while back, a lot of arrangements were essentially being done by the Delhi police to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. Anything that you're picking up right now?
Absolutely, absolutely, Shravan. So, a short while back, we saw senior police officers here and officials here kind of surveying the area, looking at the logistics and making sure when they spoke to Republic TV, and they said very clearly that they are looking at the law and order situation, trying to make sure that everything is in place before Manish Sisodia arrives at the Rouse Avenue court. So, that's what the police officers were saying. Right now, we can see that there is some kind of police presence outside Rouse Avenue court. And we're just waiting for, in fact, Manish Sisodia to come here. We believe it could happen anytime now, maybe, because 2 p.m. was when it was supposed to happen. 2 p.m. is when Manish Sisodia was supposed to be brought to Rouse Avenue court. So it's almost 2:35. So that means that hopefully the next 10-15 minutes, max half an hour, we can expect that Manish Sisodia would be reaching the court. And this is a story we have been tracking since the morning, and it is a very, very explosive charge as well, which has been made against Manish Sisodia when it comes to Delhi excise policy. There are the sections under the IPC and the Prevention of Corruption Act. So right now we are seeing on the screens how much of protests are also happening all across in multiple cities. We are seeing that some of the Aam Aadmi Party workers have been detained. We know the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, aside that there have been protests in multiple other places. Because Aam Aadmi Party has been alleging that the arrest is not on correct grounds. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to answer pointed questions on what went wrong and why was there a huge profit margin in the Delhi excise policy. Some very pointed questions have been posed to the Aam Aadmi Party. There were a lot of loose ends and question marks coming up. And of course, there are some digital device was seized in the August 19 searches from Excise Department. The CBI traced.
Well, any minute from now, Manish Sisodia will be taken out from the CBI headquarters. You can clearly see right behind me the preparations. Those have been done. The barricades have now been opened, and Manish Sisodia, along with the top officers from CBI and senior police officers, will be taken out. The road has also been blocked. You can clearly see as to how a bus has also been called in to block the roads so that there is no law and order situation takes place. We are showing you the live pictures from that another vantage point, another exit gate of this very road from where Manish Sisodia will be taken out. Remember that he will be taken to taken to Rouse Avenue court by the CBI officers in a short while from now. In fact, all preparations have been done. Additional forces have been deployed here at this vantage point, the exit point of this very road from where his vehicle will be taken out. In fact, paramilitary forces have now been deployed in large numbers. That's the road which goes directly to ITO area where there is Rouse Avenue court, and more and more police personnel have been called in here. In fact, a couple of minutes back we also saw as to how these barricades were opened. Now what we are learning is that what we can in fact clearly see that the barricades have once again been closed, which means that there could be some sort of change in plan. The traffic was also stopped a couple of minutes back, but that has also been opened, so there could be a change of plan. But yes, we are seeing the preparations have been done. A traffic police PCR has been called in here to look after the traffic whenever Manish Sisodia is taken out, because Delhi police and the CBI officers, they do not want to take any kind of chance as far as the security is concerned. So as and when Manish Sisodia is taken out, we will be updating live to our viewers. But right now what we are now seeing is that preparations have almost been done, completely done. CRPF personnel along with Delhi police officers have been deployed at the another vantage point, another exit gate from where he will be taken out. Remember that he was arrested by CBI for not cooperating with the agency. In fact, the sources suggested that he was confronted with evidences which were gathered by CBI in the last few days during its course of interrogation in this very case, in liquor policy case. Let's continue to try to show you the visuals. The preparations, those have almost been completed by neutralize the senior police officers. In fact, the paramilitary forces have been deployed there at this very juncture, at this very point. If Anup can come with me, we'll try to show you more pictures. And if we can zoom and try to show you as to how a convoy is almost ready. We can see 2 to 3 Scorpios. If Anup can zoom, we can see 2 to 3 Scorpios are stationed right in front of CBI office. And any minute from now, we can expect movements to take place. In fact, when we began our reportage few minutes back, we saw how the barricades were open, the roads were blocked, but we believe that there is some shift of plan at the part of CBI. They are re-looking into
Well, in fact, we are getting at some more details from the Aam Aadmi Party camp with regards to the legal strategy that is likely to be adopted by them once he is actually produced before the court. It seems that they're going to cite ill health of Sisodia and also applying for a regular bail. Will that really be entertained at a time when the Central Bureau of Investigation will be moving the court for his custody? In fact, they believe that custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia becomes extremely crucial at this point in time. Now, as far as the political protests are concerned, that's reaching another crescendo. Given the fact that both sides are now trading charges at each other, the Aam Aadmi Party says that their leaders have essentially been arrested in multiple fake cases. The Aam Aadmi Party is making that claim. The BJP, on the other hand, says that there's not a single response that has essentially come in from the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to the liquor scam. All that they have been speaking about is their so-called model of development. Now, that's the claim that has been made by the BJP. Now, much more on the grounds of arrest would become much clearer in a short while from now once he is produced before the court. My colleague Piyush was reporting from the other vantage point. What you're seeing right now, this is from the other side where we are broadcasting. The kind of arrangements that have been done, the security arrangements that have been done in and around the CBI headquarters, preempting that the law and order situation could worsen if the Aam Aadmi Party continues with their protest on the streets of the national capital. And that's the reason why, as you see right now on your screens, the kind of arrangements that have been done by the Delhi police to ensure that the route to the Rouse Avenue court, which is barely about a drive of about 15 minutes from where we are, that happens smoothly. Important to point out here is that the Rouse Avenue court is at the same location where the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters is also. That's the reason why this morning security arrangements were essentially being done to see whether at all would it be appropriate to take him all the way to the Rouse Avenue court or produce him through video conference. Now the decision has been taken by the Central Bureau of investigation that he would be physically produced before the Rouse Avenue court. We'll try and go across to all our reporters getting you the latest details. We're seeing the Aam Aadmi Party leaders also hitting out at the BJP, saying that this essentially is what they're calling Modi's Tanashahi. Let me just quickly go across to Piyush, who's been reporting from the other side of the CBI headquarters. Piyush, do you see any sort of movement taking place?
Well, Shavan, a couple of minutes back, the police officers who were deployed here, they had blocked this road, but now they have again opened this. But let me try to show you the preparations those have been done here. We are reporting from the other side of this very road, which is right in front of CBI headquarters, which has also been completely barricaded. There are multiple layers of barricades those have been put up here. We can now see that CRPF personnel have been deployed here in large numbers because the Delhi police does not want to take any kind of chance as far as the law and order situation is concerned. But here, whenever Manish Sisodia will be taken out to block the road, especially a bus has been called in. I would ask Anup to try to show you this bus. That's the bus which has been placed here. Whenever the traffic will have to be blocked to take out Manish Sisodia, this bus would be used, and for the same purpose, you can also see, if Anup can try to show you the visual of another gypsy, you can see traffic police PCR has also been called called in here, and these vehicles are going to the part of escort whenever Manish Sisodia will be taken out. So here we are seeing preparations, those have almost been done. So security arrangements have been done, so we can expect the movement to take place any minute from now. Now we are seeing as to how senior police officers are there on the spot. Few minutes back we also saw DCP taking round at the same vantage point. Let me ask Anup to come with me, then we'll try to focus on the convoy which will be the part of that particular convoy in which Manish Sisodia will be taken out. Now we are seeing few movements taking place. There are 2 to 3 Scorpio of Delhi police which is now on a frame and on which Anup is now zooming on. Any minute from now we can expect Manish Sisodia to be taken out from CBI headquarters for Rouse Avenue Court, where he would be produced. Remember, Shawan, that his medical has already been done inside the CBI office, and now before producing him, the arrangements have also been made here on the other point, exit point of this very road which is in front of CBI headquarters. We'll have to wait and watch in how many minutes Manish Sisodia is taken out, but all security arrangements have been done, and especially a bus has been placed here to block the roads whenever Manish Sisodia is taken out. Senior police officers are now here on the spot. Additional forces have also been called in, so we are waiting for that particular moment when he is taken out. And this is the very point which this road directly goes towards the Rouse Avenue Court. It takes only 15 minutes from here to reach Rouse Avenue Court, but police has not want to take any kind of chance, and that is why the traffic would be blocked. For that, all arrangements have been made by Delhi police officers. We'll have to see in how many minutes he is taken out, but today he has to be produced before the court as his medical is already done, and most likely CBI is going to seek his at least 3 to 4 days of remand for the further interrogation in this entire case. Shawan.
Well, in fact, we're getting you the live coverage of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who's going to be produced before the court in a short while from now, getting you the latest reports. We are reporting from outside the CBI headquarters in a short while from now. In all likelihood, he would be taken out and taken to Rouse Avenue Court, which would roughly be around 15 to 20 minutes drive from the CBI headquarters to the Rouse Avenue Court. Take a closer look at the kind of arrangements that have essentially been done. This in light of the protests that are taking place at various locations in the national capital. We have seen following the arrest of the Deputy Chief Minister that protests are not only taking place here in the national capital but also in places like Jammu, Madhya Pradesh and in Chandigarh. The protests that have been taking place where the Aam Aadmi Party constantly hitting out at the BJP, making this completely political. In fact, earlier in the day, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had also put out a tweet saying that the CBI officers have been under tremendous pressure. In fact, some of the officers had expressed the displeasure of arresting Manish Sisodia because they believe that there isn't enough evidence against them, but they had to finally listen to the political masters. But important to point out here, the Central Bureau of Investigation in the past too has rejected the claims that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, there was also an attempt made by the Aam Aadmi Party to link the death by suicide case of an officer attached to the Central Bureau of Investigation by saying that he's been attached to the liquor case and has been under tremendous pressure, and that is the reason why he's decided to end his life. But that was yet another case that was rejected by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Over the last couple of months, multiple allegations have been leveled. Now this has
Manish Sisodia is now being taken out from the CBI headquarters. These are the live pictures of Manish Sisodia, who is now being taken out from the CBI headquarters. You can see as to how the roads have been completely blocked. He is now being taken out from the CBI headquarters. You can see he is now sitting here. He's now sitting here in this very vehicle. Manish Sisodia has now been taken out. You can clearly see that Manish Sisodia is now being taken to Rouse Avenue Court. We'll try to follow him. We'll try to get a voice from Manish Sisodia, who has now been taken out from the Rouse Avenue Court. We'll try to ask him about the... Remember that road is completely blocked. Traffic has been blocked, and these are the live pictures, live visuals of this.
Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has now been taken out of the Central Bureau of Headquarters and has been taken en route to Rouse Avenue. We'll be closely tracking this. That was the convoy that was taken out. It's quite unusual to see the kind of security presence at this point in time on the streets of the national capital. The last time we've seen this kind of a deployment, but not as big as what you're seeing right now, was in the case of the former Home Minister of India, P. Chidambaram, when he too was arrested in this particular case. But important to point out here, as you see right now, that's the latest visual of Manish Sisodia being taken out. In another 15 to 20 minutes, we are expecting Manish Sisodia would be presented before the Rouse Avenue Court, and thereafter CBI also making those revelations with regards to what is it that they have found so far. It's quite unusual, as I said, having covered multiple cases, we haven't seen this kind of a deployment, this kind of a security being deployed by the CBI. Now, this was only to preempt any sort of protest that was likely to take place outside the CBI headquarters last time when Manish Sisodia was actually called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This entire area was completely chock-a-block. Aam Aadmi Party workers, volunteers had all gathered here. They started, a protest. In fact, there was an attempt that was made by the Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders to perhaps try and enter the CBI headquarters. But having said that, this is now no longer just about the investigation that is going to be carried out by the CBI. This has now become a direct fight between the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP is now daring the Aam Aadmi Party to start talking about the liquor scam. Why is it that they aren't speaking a word on the liquor scam, rather beating around the bush, talking about their so-called development model? On the contrary, the Aam Aadmi Party is now hit out at the BJP, saying that it is only an envious BJP that was nervous about the growth of the Aam Aadmi Party, not just in the national capital, but also in several other states. And that is the reason why, one after the other, Aam Aadmi Party leaders are being picked up by multiple agencies, not just the central agencies, but also there are several cases that have been registered against them. Now, political rhetoric aside, I've been saying this right from the time that we've been reporting on this story. There are some very serious concerns, and the concerns are about the involvement of a top politician. You see some of the CBI officers still moving towards the court right now. This entire area was completely cordoned off till the time he was taken out. In a short while from now, we're expecting Manish Sisodia being produced before the Rouse Avenue Court, where my colleague Shivamogga is also.
लेकर राउस एवेन्यू कोर्ट जाया जा रहा है. आगे काफी भारी संख्या में पुलिस के अधिकारी मौजूद हैं. पुलिस के अधिकारी जो है वो मौजूद हैं और एक बड़ा कॉन्वॉय आप देख सकते हैं. कई सारी ऐसी गाड़ियां हैं दिल्ली पुलिस की जो इस कॉन्वॉय का हिस्सा है. बड़ा कॉन्वॉय जो है वो इस यहाँ से गुजर रहा है. और
Well, in fact, I'll just try and get more details from my team to figure out. I believe my colleague Piyush has been following the convoy of the CBI taking Manish Sisodia to the Rouse Avenue Court. We'll try and see if we can get those visuals as he's taken to the Rouse Avenue Court. In fact, the Delhi police has also made multiple arrangements to ensure that the Aam Aadmi Party workers do not get out this CBI headquarters, because remember, soon after the arrest that was made, there was a call that was given by the Aam Aadmi Party to hit the streets and tell the public that this is a fake case that has been registered against their leader, who they say once again has been working for the development of the national capital, and the model, his education model, has been hailed worldwide, is what the Aam Aadmi Party claims. But important to stick to the facts of this entire case. The facts are He happens to be accused number 1 in the FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Second, there have been people whose statements have been recorded, including a top bureaucrat who was working with the Delhi government at that point in time when the excise policy was implemented. He has now given a statement to the Central Bureau of Investigation under Section 164, that is before a magistrate, where he does implicate the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, with regards to the fact that there were instructions that were given as to how exactly the excise policy would look like, effectively benefiting a select few, effectively leading to cartelization, and the Vigilance Department essentially said that this was leading to massive losses, incurring massive losses to the exchequer. That is the reason why, remember, the LG had referred this entire matter to the Central Bureau of Investigation to file an FIR, and that's when back in August this case was registered. 15 people were named, including the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. Now, the more details emerging with regards to the investigation that has taken place so far, in which they're looking at the revenue model. There's talking about the profit margin that was bumped up for the wholesalers from 5%, which existed in the previous excise policy, to about 12% in the new excise policy. Even more sensational is the fact that the draft policy was found from a computer that does not belong to the excise department. Certain files were actually deleted from the computers belonging to Manish Sisodia's office. That was once again retrieved, and there have also been digital evidence to the effect that the draft policy was actually shared with the liquor companies who eventually benefited from this entire policy. Let me also quickly go back.
उनको वहां पर पसंद करने वाले अपने प्रधानमंत्री को अपने बीच में पाकर काफी उत्साहित रहते हैं कर्नाटक के लोग। अनुज,
बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा लालचंद्र, और इस तरह के नजारे पूरे देश के अंदर देखने को मिलते हैं जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी किसी भी शहर में, किसी भी राज्य के अंदर जाते हैं। और आज तो कर्नाटक के धरती के लिए, कर्नाटक के लिए और पूरे देश के लिए आज ऐसा दिन है जिसमें कई हजार करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाएं आज जो है किसानों को और कर्नाटक की जनता को मिलने वाली है। इससे पहले कर्नाटक के अंदर जो पहले प्रधानमंत्री के दौरे हुए हैं उसमें भी कई हजार करोड़ रुपए की योजनाएं जो हैं वो यहाँ की जनता को मिली है। और आज तो सबसे बड़ा दिन उस अन्नदाता के लिए है जो पूरे देश को अन्न खिलाता है, उनके लिए खाने का अनाज का उत्पादन करता है। ये 13वीं किस्त होगी।
Are shortly expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive here at Chennamma Circle in Belagavi, quite a prominent circle here, and shortly he will be there. He also had a meet and a greet with a few of the auto drivers and the Paura Karmikas, and you can right now look near the circle that there are hundreds of people who are already gathered here, eagerly awaiting his presence here. And after Chennamma Circle, he will again be traveling for a distance of 8 to 8.7 kilometers before he reaches the venue, and then goes on and delivers his speech. Even as my video journalist Sadanand is panning across, you can see that hundreds of them have gathered here at Chennamma Circle, quite a prominent circle here in the Belagavi North constituency. So all said and done, now looking at how things are going on, shortly from now we will be expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive as well. And apart from that, a slew of developmental projects will also be inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister here, worth thousands of crores of rupees as well. One of the most prominent projects is the rupees 16,000 crores, which will be given under the PM Kisan Samman Yojana under 3 tranches, mainly 2,000 rupees each. And the beneficiaries of, the beneficiaries alone over here will be over 5 to 5.5 lakh farmers over here. Apart from that, also rupees 190 crores has already been given by the central government for doubling of railway lines in Belagavi, after which 1,098 crore rupees has also been sanctioned under the Jal Jeevan Mission, and 1,132 crores for drinking project alone, mainly for the Belagavi region as well, which will go on and provide a boost for the farmers too. Apart from which, we are also looking at the Belagavi Dharwad direct railway line, which will also be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi now. So So all said and done now, the roadshow has already begun, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi shortly arrived at the Samra airport in Belagavi, and the Prime Minister's roadshow began at the KSRP grounds, and shortly he will be here at the Chanama Circle. Now, speaking only about this particular circle over here, you can see that the security is even being beefed up now. We are also seeing the SPG on our screens here who are taking a look of what this security situation is like, and we can also see that people from across all stratas of society, across all the age group too, have gone on to gather here in a large number. And Belagavi is definitely going to be considered one of the key districts here ahead of the upcoming elections, because we expect that in Belagavi that there are 18 assembly constituencies, of which 13 of these assembly constituencies are under the BJP now. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming here will only go on and provide the much needed boost for the BJP, because we will have to remember that MP Suresh Angdi also passed away recently, and Minister Umesh Katti was also no more, and also Anand Mamani too, who was a legislator for the BJP from Belagavi, is also no more. So therefore, to go on gain confidence, provide a huge boost for the BJP's prospects in Belagavi, he is going here and coming ahead with the Mission 15 as well. Let's go across quickly and also try to speak in to a few of the people who have gathered here in large numbers awaiting Prime Minister Narendra Modi's presence as well. So, speaking to a few of them, Maji, आप कितने देर से वेट कर रहा है और आपका एक्साइटमेंट कैसा है अभी?
मोदी जी बगाए से 1 घंटे से वेट कर रहे हैं, बहुत एक्साइटेड है टू सी मोदी.
What are your expectations now, and what do you want in this time upcoming elections as well? Because there are a lot of expectations on Prime Minister. We are seeing that over 20,000 crore rupees will be given to Belagavi in the form of developmental projects. So what are we looking at?
We want whole over all India, whole development, not only in Belgaum city, whole India development we require.
No, so this is how the mood of the entire city of Belagavi is, as even we are waiting over here. We are also seeing small kids who are eagerly waiting in anticipation for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit here. So all of them are waving in, and we are seeing that the Commissioner of Police for Belagavi, Mr. Borlingaya, has already moved in, and even as the crowd continues to wait for Prime Minister Modi, they have been waiting for over 1 to 1.5 hours now, but they state that it's all right because they are ready to wait for the Prime Minister here. So all said and done, the excitement is there in the air. We can hear a chants of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here. So even including these small kids, let's go across and speak to these small kids and ask them what they want. The Prime Minister is coming now. How excited are you to see him?
I like to see to Modi.
Okay, you want to see to Modi. Yes. What do you want to say to the Prime Minister?
Welcome to Modi ji.
Welcome to Modi. Right. These kids also going on and stating welcome to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And, many more kids who are coming in. Now, we are directly cutting across to the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is coming in here at Chanama Circle. And this is exactly what the people had been waiting for. We are expecting shortly that he will be here, even as the SPG takes a round of the Chanama Circle as well. His convoy passing by. We are seeing all the security protocols which are in place. The SPG is coming in here, carefully looking at the crowd, the number of people who have come in now. We can see thousands of people who are eagerly awaiting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to shortly arrive. You can see that the people are screaming. They're excited for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be coming in here, and he's also waving at the people. He's taking a look at the people. He's waving at them, and he's also wishing them as well. And this is exactly what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is standing for, because he's also sending out a strong message out there saying that he is approachable. He is approachable to the people. He's always a common leader. He's a mass leader, and therefore he's approachable as well. Look at it now. He's extremely long cut there. Look at he's taking an extremely long cut there. Also waving at the people. Also, speaking to them there. So that is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's in fact coming right nearby to the people. He's going on waving at them as the SPG comes in between, sending up. Modi
here at the Chandigarh circle in Belagavi, and hundreds of them are gathering in large numbers, waving at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You can clearly look at it. He's looking at the statue of Sister Rani Chanama there, and that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving out there at the crowd. Even as we are speaking, even as my is getting to at the crowd as well, even as the convoy is passing through. We expect that the roadshow will go on for the next 25 to 30 minutes. There are flowers which are being showered on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy as well by the people. So all said and done, it is definitely quite exciting. And we will also, quickly go across and speak to the people because they just now got a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Did you see the Prime Minister? Finally excited to see him. Yeah? Okay. That is what they're saying. Let's again go across and speak. You did go on, witness the Prime Minister. So many of them are holding flowers as well. So how excited are you? Because this is the fifth time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has
This is the fifth time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has come in overall.
We are happy to see him for first time. I have seen him first time live like this.
Okay.
Very good experience for me, as well as people behind me standing. Everyone is very happy to see him.
बेळगाव मध्ये मोदी आले आनंद झाला भरपूर.
Hello sir. So these we are getting in some more response from the people as well.
Modi is issue माना है. Is great man. All our issue को मानवतावादी है.
Again, the voices, the sounds coming in, voices coming in, stating that he is the Vishwa Manava over here, because we also did go on and hear chants that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a Vishwa Manava. The same sentiment is now being
28 assembly constituencies. Belagavi has 18 assembly constituencies, and the BJP party knows as to how crucial this particular district is for the BJP party to come to power in Karnataka. But again, you will be getting live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whose convoy has just passed from the Chandigarh circle. So all said and done, more and more people who have gathered here to go on and speak, go on and get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and everybody flashing either victory symbols or waving there, and chants of Namo, chants of Prime Minister Modi there. You can see that age is definitely not a barrier. We are seeing senior citizens, we are seeing people from middle-age group, we are seeing youngsters.
We are seeing people from middle-age group, we are seeing youngsters who have come out in large numbers, and this clearly goes on and shows the sort of love, the sort of affection that people have towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi here. So all said and done now, looking at how things are here, some more youngsters that we are getting on our camera as well, where my video journalist Sadanand is going through the entire stretch, through the entire venue, showing as to what is the sort of expectation, what is that they have gone on to see currently here. So all said and done, shortly now, we will be expecting that the Prime Minister will be making his way towards the Mainata city, which is the stage where the entire stage has been set up, where over 1 to 1.5 lakh people are already present from across 18 constituencies, assembly constituencies in Belagavi. And finally, he will shortly be addressing them, and will also go on to launch developmental projects worth 20,000 crore rupees, which will definitely go on and provide the much needed boost for Belagavi in terms of infrastructure.
And so you can get a sense of what to expect, viewers, from Prajwal on the ground as the Prime Minister reaches Belagavi at his destination. You can see a constant shower of petals. Let's go back to Prajwal.
Now, looking at it as to how this entire circle was decked up, just to give a 360-degree view for all our viewers to understand as to where I am standing exactly. This is, this is the Chandigarh circle, which has been completely barricaded by the cops. You did also look at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who gave a look at the statue. Initially, it was stated that he had to go on and garland the statue, but later, according to the protocols, it did not go in place, and therefore, he did not go on to garland the the statue, and he just prayed. He just looked at the statue of Rani Channamma, just prayed there, just paused for a moment after seeing all this, and again resumed to go on, greet and meet the people, and also speak to them. And even though we are looking at that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy has passed away, we're also looking at a large number of people here. One of the posters over here is that of Hiraba, who is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother here. Supporters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi had also gone on to meet Hiraba in 2014 in Bagalkot when she had come here. So these are images which are here, Ankit, and we are also hearing chants of Narendra Modi here. Let's go across and speak to them. ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸಿದೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಪ್ರಧಾನಿಗಳು ಬಂದ್ರು, ಏನಂತ
ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಂಥ ದೇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟ बीजेपी और
प्रधानमंत्री अब कब हीराबा से मीट किया, क्योंकि आपका फोटो के साथ हीराबा का फोटो भी है, कब मीट किया उसको और क्या था?
मैं 2014 में पैदल चलता गया था सर. 14 मोदी जी और प्रधानी हुआ था ना, उसकी शुभेच्छा देने के लिए कर्नाटक से बागलकोट जिला जमखंडी तालुक चिरगुप्पी ग्राम से सब 3 जने पैदल चलते गए थे उसको विश देने के लिए. मोदी से टाइम से मोदी जी हमको नहीं मिला, उसकी माँ को मिल के उसके हाथ से कई तुत मिल के हम कहा के उसके घर में एक वस्ती करके हम आया सर. उसका आशीर्वाद लेके, अम्मा का आशीर्वाद लेके आया सर. उसका मोदी जी मिलने को मेरे को 14 से मैं प्रयत्न करो सर, नहीं हो रहा सर. मैं बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता हूँ सर.
Right, this is the voice of the people here. This particular person had gone on to meet the Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2014, and you can look at it. People are also gone on dressed in traditional attire here to go on welcome Prime Minister Modi here, and she's all decked up, and she was waiting, and we'll go across, speak to her, get in a word from her, ask her as to how she felt when she went on and saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because he took a long turn over here. माजी, आपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी को दिखा दिया, आपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी को देखा है और बहुत क्लोज आया था, क्या
बहुत खुशियाँ.
क्या बोलना चाहते हैं?
कन्नड़ा हमारा लोग का वो हमारा बाप है वो. बहुत खुशी आता है, बहुत प्यारा है. कन्नಡ ಬರಲಿ ರೀ. ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ರೀ ಸರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ದಿವಸ ಸಾಡಿ ಉಡ್ತೀವ್ರಿ. ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫೇಟ್ಯಾ ಕಾಚಳಿ ರೀ ಸರ್. ಫೇಟ್ಯಾ ಕಾಚಳಿ ಪಾಂಬಡಿ ರೀ, ಇವು ಚೋಟ್ಲಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವ್ರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ನಾವು.
What Ankit, this woman is essentially explaining here is the fact that she's come out in her traditional attire here, and she's going on to represent the culture, because now and again Prime Minister Narendra Modi had also gone on to speak about the culture, about the land as well. So she wanted to depict that, and therefore she came in this particular attire, is what she is saying. And even as we are looking at the Channamma circle, it's all decked up now. Many people who are standing here for kilometers now who have been waiting here, because from the starting point till here we saw that Prime Minister Narendra Modi came in 2.8 kilometers to be very precise, and after which now he's traveling for another 8 kilometers here. Youngsters are also pretty excited. Let's go across and speak to them. How did you feel? You also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi here. He's already come in. So what was the feeling like, and what was the experience like?
Experience is super blasting, because I'm waiting for last 10 to 15 years. I have to watch him live, and today is the time. Okay. I watch him.
Okay. What are the expectations of the people in the upcoming elections? Now we are seeing that Prime Minister Modi is coming here. Now he will be launching developmental projects for 20,000 crore rupees alone for Belagavi itself. So what are your expectations in the upcoming elections?
Upcoming election says only the Bhagwa color, only BJP. Only BJP, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Clearly going on, people voicing out sentiments, saying that it will be the Bajpa this time around, and only the saffron color which will be blooming as well. And more and more number of people right here on our screens, Ankit, that we are looking at stretches for kilometers together, where people did get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even as we were speaking, when he took a long tour of this entire circle here as well. But all said said and done, the excitement is still there because now we get to understand that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will shortly be reaching the venue in the next 5 to 10 minutes where he will go on to address a gathering of over 1 to 1.5 lakh people, which is quite massive in itself. So after Shivamogga, this is Belagavi, and this is the second visit of the Honorable Prime Minister of India in Karnataka in the last 25 days now, and we are also expecting that there is yet another visit and that will be to Dharwad on the 11th of March where he will go on to inaugurate the Bengaluru-Mysuru National Highway, and after which he will also be inaugurating the IIT campus in Dharwad as well. So it's a huge boost again for the people of Karnataka, and ahead of the elections this will definitely go on and improve the prospects of the BJP, which is exactly what the Bharatiya Janata Party is expecting in Karnataka ahead of the assembly elections.
He is going to be speaking also very shortly. We've already heard him in Shivamogga, and he also comes always to inaugurate projects, whether it's an airport or whether it's a hospital or something else. And Prajwal keeping us ahead on the ground as we see Prime Minister taking his roadshow to the final few legs. Prajwal continues to remain with us. Prajwal, what is in store for the Prime Minister here? Is he going to speak? And then we've also seen him interacting with the populace of Karnataka from Delhi. In fact, on Saturday, he hosted an event in Delhi. How does the Karnataka, the people there view this?
The people are viewing this definitely as quite a big development here, Ankit, because as I was saying, under the PM Kisan Samman Yojana, 16,000 crore rupees will be released in 3 tranches, meaning to say that farmers in Belagavi, over 5,10,658 farmers in Belagavi themselves will be benefited out of this, where 2,000 rupees each will be released in 3 tranches, which amounts to 6,000 rupees, apart from which the state government of Karnataka will also be releasing 4,000 rupees. So ultimately, each of the farmer will be a beneficiary for 10,000 rupees, which is a joint effort of the double engine government, that is both the central government as well as the state government too. Apart from which, we are also seeing the Jal Jeevan mission too, which will receive a boost of 1,098 crore rupees, and also the irrigation project too, which will receive a boost of 1,197 crore rupees as well. So these are the sort of developmental projects that we are seeing, and 197 crore rupees will be given to doubling of the lines for a direct connection between Belagavi to Dharwad as well. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier went on and stressed on the fact, stating that connectivity is very important because it will go on and improve the economic ecosystem, thereby going on to increase the opportunities for the people, may it be in terms of employment or revenue as well. So these are the sort of developmental projects that we are looking at. Let's go across, speak to a few youngsters as to what they have in mind as well. You came here, you watched Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Elections are around the corner. We know that the Belagavi is a bastion.
Coming in from the Rouse Avenue Court Complex in Delhi, and there before you in the yellow t-shirt is the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, who was arrested yesterday by the CBI and has been brought now for a remand hearing. Let's go across to Suesha, who has been reporting this story. Suesha, what's happening inside the court? What are you picking up?
Well, Ankit, all of our colleagues in various parts of the national capital at all the vantage points to get you the latest. But yes, what is happening right now? Manish Sisodia has been produced in the Rouse Avenue court, something that is very keenly being watched by the entire Aam Aadmi Party to what will happen now and what will the court decide. Of course, source-based information that we picked up that Manish Sisodia's lawyers will try and seek bail for him. And this is also on the pretext of how his wife and one relative who are unwell. So on those grounds, they will try and argue on his behalf in the court, seeking bail for him. But yes, he has just been produced in the court. We saw how there was heavy police deployment at all these points, right from outside the CBI headquarters until when he was brought in the Rouse Avenue court. And let's understand, Ankit, that this entire stretch in the national capital is literally a few meters away from each other. Whether you're talking about the BJP office to how far the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters is from it, to how far the Rouse Avenue court is from these two respective offices, and of course the CBI headquarters. So just a short while ago he was produced in court. We are trying to track details of what exactly is happening from where my colleague Shivangi has been getting us all the details. Remember, he was arrested yesterday by the CBI after 8 hours of interrogation, and the Aam Aadmi Party earlier on had already quite preempted that this was going to be an obvious move. This is despite the CBI making it amply clear that through the course of the investigation, Manish Sisodia remained evasive. He did not give any direct answers. This despite the fact that he was confronted with documental evidence, and most of his answers were on the lines that he had forgotten. So because of which the CBI finally arrested him last evening, because they said that custodial interrogation is extremely important now if they need to make a breakthrough in this case. But we've been seeing the Aam Aadmi Party really mounting the fight in every which way, not just in the national capital but across the country, in all the Aam Aadmi Party ruled states and all the non-BJP ruled states, where we've seen some very, very dramatic protests that have been staged, use of physical force, a lot of pushing and shoving, and so many of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have also been detained through these protests. So that is exactly what has been happening until now. But through the next 1 hour or probably less than that, basis how long this hearing is, the future course of action for Manish Sisodia and what exactly happens in the excise policy scam case which the CBI is investigating into. But most importantly, let's understand, Ankit, that this is the Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is political vendetta. Arvind Kejriwal went on to say that it is not the CBI in fact interested in arresting Sisodia, but there is political pressure on the agency. So some very grave statements that have been made by the party without any evidence, of course, and also they're pushing this narrative through and through to the people of the country that this is political vendetta. They have confidently said that not an iota of any corruption charge that can be levelled against Manish Sisodia, because he's a very honest politician. And remember, if Manish Sisodia is actually not granted bail today and is under further arrest, then he will be the second Aam Aadmi Party minister in the top ranks of the national capital in the Delhi government who will be in the dock by the CBI, because the Aam Aadmi Party is also going on to say that these two men, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, are very, very important arms for the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and the leader of the Aam Aadmi Party. And this is also being done, as they claim, by the BJP, is what they have been crying all this while, that this is to paralyze governance in the national capital, which of course will take a huge hit, because let's understand that Manish Sisodia is the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. So all eyes on what happens in the court, whether he's granted bail, how the CBI can take this case forward, whether there will be further custodial interrogation, and most importantly the evidence that has been seized so far. Because Shravan also got us that source space information, Ankit, of digital proof that the CBI had accessed, and most importantly the very attempt to delete some important files. Let's also bring in Shivangi, because she's at the Rouse Avenue court right now. Shivangi, Manish Sisodia has been taken inside, he's been produced in court. Important to what the court decides now, source space information on the lines basis which his lawyers are going to try and seek bail for him. What's happening right now?
Right. A short while back, Swesha, the Manish Sisodia had come in and there was heavy police presence. In fact, as we speak, there's still heavy police presence and it's completely cordoned off. The area has been cordoned off. They have put ropes as well, barricades as well, even though the hearing is on right now. As per information that we have got, we heard that the lawyers are going to seek a bail for Manish Sisodia. We know that. The hearing has begun in court, so that's the breaking update coming in. We know that CBI could seek 5-day custody of Sisodia. And remember that earlier we also had information that CBI could seek up to 14-day custody. But right now we're learning that CBI is seeking 5-day custody of Sisodia. Those are visuals coming in, exclusive visuals coming in of Sisodia in court. These are exclusive visuals on Republic TV. And a short while back, of course, while we were counting down to Sisodia coming in, we had spoken to the senior police officials who said that they're taking care of the law and order situation in this area. It's very interesting to note that even though a lot of protests are happening in multiple cities and New Delhi as well, this area, there's no protest anywhere around the
Manish, would you like to say something, Manish? You have been arrested and there's a massive protest which is also going on. Manish, you would like to say something? Manish,
All right, we stay with these pictures coming in from inside the Rouse Avenue court as Shivamogga is also getting us details of how the CBI is explaining the role of Sisodia in the excise case. The hearing that has already begun and the CBI is likely to seek 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia. This is extremely important because we know how the Aam Aadmi Party has been upping the ante all this time since yesterday, ever since Manish Sisodia was called for questioning, and that big roadshow that was also led by Sisodia, because the Aam Aadmi Party continues to push that it is political vendetta on the part of the ruling party, and they are nothing but targets of the same. So really these are the details that we are picking up from inside the court, where the CBI is explaining the role of Manish Sisodia in the excise policy scam. They are saying that Manish Sisodia had initiated this policy and verbally ordered the officials. CBI is also explaining the role of Sisodia in the excise policy scam, as we understand. That is, lawyers may also seek bail on the grounds of his wife's health. This is source-based information that Republic is picking up. And Manish Sisodia is present inside the court. Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal had not presided earlier, but the lawyers of Sisodia, that is Advocate Mohit Mathur and Siddharth Agarwal, who are present inside the court. Also Public Prosecutor Pankaj Gupta, who would be arguing on behalf of the CBI, as the aim of the CBI at this point is to seek 5-day police custody for Manish Sisodia, who, remember, they have been saying has been evasive all this while. Now this despite the fact that Manish Sisodia had at his end claimed that he will cooperate with the agency, which is far from what happened, is what the CBI had also said, because they said that his answers were not satisfactory, basis which they needed custodial interrogation, and that is why they had yesterday arrested him after 8 hours of interrogation. Now the CBI on its part is doing exactly this inside the court at the Rouse Avenue court in the national capital, where Manish Sisodia, remember, has been physically produced, because until this morning there were bright chances that he may not be produced physically, and that may be via video conferencing, given the attention on this case and also the heavy deployment of the cops. But yes, he has been produced physically. He is inside the Rouse Avenue court. Meanwhile, on the outside, the Aam Aadmi Party has left no stone unturned to really keep the pressure going, to reiterate on the political vendetta narrative that they have been pushing, because they are claiming at their end that it is not them. In fact, they are being targeted through the excise policy scam, which, remember, the BJP always has put forth very pointed questions to the Aam Aadmi Party, but they've never answered those. They've always said that they had no role to play. Now, digital evidence that had been seized and source-based information also came in of how certain files were deleted. And how there was an attempt to absolutely get rid of the evidence, which of course was something that was retrieved with digital forensics. So this is the latest as we are tracking the details of what is happening inside the Rouse Avenue court, where the CBI is saying that it is Manish Sisodia. They are explaining his role in the excise policy scam. The public prosecutor is making submissions for the CBI, where the CBI primarily is claiming that this whole case is for profit. Yes, that's the important point here that the CBI is making on its for Manish Sisodia, where they are saying that this whole case is for profit. Manish Sisodia had changed his mobile phone when the police was okay. And also saying that there was every possible attempt to get rid of the evidence, which remember, these were deleted files that Republic had also told you about. CBI is primarily seeking Sisodia's custodial interrogation because they have been maintaining that he has been evasive, he has not cooperated, and for this very reason they have said that they need to question him, because he has not given any direct answers. The Aam Aadmi Party trying its level best that their minister is does not have to stay in custody further, which is why we saw protests across the country. Bengaluru, Chandigarh, Bhopal, Patna, Jammu, and of course in the national capital, where we saw some very, very dramatic scenes in the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, which, remember, as per the original plan, was supposed to be outside the BJP headquarters. They had planned to stage protests and a massive showdown, but that was really not possible given the heavy security deployment and every point that has been heavily barricaded. Let's also understand how those Aam Aadmi Party leaders who are outside right now, many of them, Sanjay Singh, Gopal Rai, who have also been detained, as they say that they will observe today, and they are observing today as a black day. Heavy police security that you see at all these points in the national capital, including the CBI headquarters. This is primarily to maintain law and order, and which is why top officials of the police force were personally inspecting and monitoring the security apparatus. Also, as we are getting you details of what is happening inside the court right now, remember the submissions that are being made by the public prosecutor Raj Mohan Chandra for the CBI, where they are primarily saying that we are asking for custodial interrogation so that we can probe Manish Sisodia further. The counsel for Sisodia also saying that he is a minister and he would have important data. So this is what is happening inside the Rouse Avenue court, where, remember, the hearing is underway and submissions are being made by the public prosecutor on behalf of the CBI as they continue to push for 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia, as they are saying that he has been evasive, he has not cooperated with the investigation, and they want to interrogate him with further evidence. We'll try and have my colleague Shivangi also join us shortly, as the counsel for Sisodia, like I mentioned, said that he is a minister and he has important data. Now remember, this is a point that the Aam Aadmi Party has also been pushing, because they are saying that governance in Delhi will go for a huge toss. They are time and again touching upon the development factor of the Aam Aadmi Party and saying that it is the ruling party that has not just been creating obstacles in that, but also they want to paralyze the system of governance, because Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain are very, very important men for Arvind Kejriwal, and even when it comes to governance in Delhi, and they are saying that this exactly is what they are trying to do. But remember, as we are tracking developments of what is happening inside the court, CBI counsel saying that a conspiracy was hatched in a very secret manner. This is important. The CBI counsel is saying that a conspiracy was hatched in a very secret manner. The judge has also said as to why police custody is required. That is what the judge is asking. The CBI counsel is saying that interrogation is required for effective investigation. So primarily, as we understand, that the public public prosecutor is making submissions time and again reiterating for the CBI that custodial interrogation is very important. This, remember, as we understand that the counsel for Sisodia, Dayanand Krishnan, is saying that someone is not willing to say something you want to hear is no ground for remand. So this is the argument coming in on behalf of Manish Sisodia's counsel, where they are saying that just because the CBI is not getting the kind of answers that they particularly want from Manish Sisodia cannot be a ground for remand, and Sisodia has said whatever he had to, but the agency far from actually feeling that, because the agency is reiterating on the fact that custodial interrogation is very critical at the phase in which this investigation is at this point, because remember, Sisodia is the key man when it comes to the Delhi excise policy scam and what really had happened. Also some key evidence that has been seized by the CBI, which, remember, they had confronted Sisodia with. Krishnan and also has also said that the LG clears the policy in May 2021. First they say phone, when I gave up the phone, I changed the phone. What am I supposed to do? That can't be a ground of remand. So this is again, remember, the counsel for Sisodia, Dayanand Krishnan, who is making these arguments on behalf of Manish Sisodia, as they say that a custodial interrogation is not what is needed, and they have been very, very cooperative with the investigation. The CBI is pressing time and again for a 5-day custody, saying that the juncture at which the investigation stands in this case at this point, it is important that they get 5-day police custody, where, remember, the judge has asked as to why 5 days of police custody are important. Now it is very critical and at a point to what happens and what the court decides, whether bail is granted to Manish Sisodia or whether he does go into 5-day police custody, because then the agency, of course, will have a chance to question him further. My colleague Shivangi, who is outside the Rouse Avenue court, as we are tracking all the details of what is happening inside the court. Those pictures also on your screens of when Manish Sisodia was brought at close to 3 p.m. when he was moved out of the CBI headquarters and brought to the Rouse Avenue court in the national capital. This, of course, as we see how the Aam Aadmi Party, in that very, very dramatic protest at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, had been pushing for the fact that this is nothing but political vendetta, is what they are claiming. And Shivangi, I believe, is also with us outside the Rouse Avenue court as we track the set of arguments that are being made inside the court on both sides. Shivangi, if you can hear me. So primarily, as we really understand, CBI is pressing for a 5-day police custody. The judge also asking as to why that is important. And Sisodia's counsel saying that it is and cannot be a ground for remand, because Sisodia has said what he had to, and rather blaming it on the CBI that they want answers that suit them, and which is why they want and they are seeking bail for Sisodia. Give us a sense of what further is being said, Shivangi.
Right. So the proceedings are on in court right now, and where clearly CBI wants a 5-day custody of Manish Sisodia. We knew that CBI would be asking for the custody and making arguments in court. Right now, they've said Manish Sisodia initiated this policy and verbally ordered the officials. So they're trying to talk about exactly the sequence of events that we have been speaking on Republic TV about how this policy came to be, how some officers were in touch with Manish Sisodia and how they were instructed by Manish Sisodia. So a couple of arguments coming out. The CBI is explaining the role of Sisodia in the excise case. The CBI is seeking custodial interrogation as well. We also know that senior advocate Dayan Krishnan is appearing for Sisodia, and he's saying that the LG clearly said the policy in May. The LG had cleared the policy in May 2021. And remember that the nod had come from the LG initially. So a couple of details are coming out right now, Suesha. Right now we are also learning is that Krishnan is making couple of points in the court right now, and he's also saying that as long as section 41 CRPC and article 21(3) is a statute book, this can never be a ground. Someone not answering to your satisfaction, he can even say I won't answer. So remember that there was a lot of questioning which had happened of Manish Sisodia, over 8 hours of questioning before his arrest yesterday, where Manish Sisodia had not answered some important questions, and after he refused to answer some crucial questions, that's when the arrest has happened. So I think this is where Krishnan, that's what exactly what he's referring to in court right now. So these are the top updates we're getting for you right now. The counsel for Sisodia is saying that a couple of things that talking about data as well. Well, that data was one of the crucial points which had come up. Some data which was missing and was transferred into Sisodia's computer. So these are the points being referred to as we keep getting our viewers top updates.
Right. Shivangi, do bear with us. I believe we have more updates coming in. Suesha is also with us. Suesha, clearly the CBI moving for custodial interrogation. It says that it needs him in custody and that this entire matter was hatched as a very closely guarded secret. That's what the CBI is saying. The lawyers for Sisodia, however, claim that just because someone is not saying what you want them to say doesn't mean you ask for custodial interrogation. What are the arguments right now, Suesha, that you can tell us about?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, Ankit, in continuation to what you've just said, this is exactly what is happening in the court, where the CBI is primarily claiming that despite giving ample time to reply, he was not cooperating in the probe. Sisodia had made a new file and he got it passed. Vijay Nair was also very active in all this in terms of seeking bribe from a liquor manufacturer and twisted the policy in their interest. The South Group had met with Vijay Nair on the 16th of March 2021. So the counsel for CBI putting out details of what the investigation has been so far and what they found out through it. However, Dayanand Krishnan, who is arguing on behalf of Manish Sisodia, he's saying that as long as Section 41 CRPC and Article 21(3) is in statute book, this can never be a ground. Someone not answering to your satisfaction, he can even say, I won't answer. So primarily arguing on the very point that the CBI is putting forth. Krishnan also saying that as far as cooperation is concerned, it is their own case that I cooperated, and of course saying that on behalf of Manish Sisodia, saying that they had raided Manish Sisodia's home. Whatever mobile phones he had, they had taken them. Krishnan has also read relevant paragraphs from a judgment. So in Manish Sisodia's defense, that is primarily what his counsel is putting forward, saying that Manish Sisodia has been cooperating. Manish Sisodia has given whatever was needed. The CBI in their searches, in their investigation, have seized his phone and whatever was important. And of course the Delhi LG was also brought in, where Manish Sisodia had said that he had changed his phone. What more does the CBI want? But the CBI is pressing on this again and again, saying that Manish Sisodia has not been cooperating with the investigation. He has been evasive. In fact, source-based information, Ankit, that we've also picked up of how Manish Sisodia has been saying that he doesn't remember. So a lot of pointed questions that were asked by the agency. No answers that came in as per the agency. But this is exactly what Dayanand Krishnan on behalf of Manish Sisodia is saying, that the CBI is wanting particular answers that suit them, or that basically go in line with what they want to eventually conclude. And just because they're not getting that, so they are asking that Manish Sisodia go into 5-day police custody. That exactly is what the CBI is pressing upon at this point. We have seen the big political face-off, Ankit, in the national capital, where earlier on also the BJP held several news conferences highlighting what had happened in the Delhi excise policy scam, and also asking very pointed questions to the Aam Aadmi Party on whether there were any privileges, any favors that were granted, because it was the Aam Aadmi Party instead that was getting a profit profit out of it, and a set of questions that they had put forward. But remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has just been answering in one line all this while, calling this political vendetta, saying that they are absolutely clean and nothing that can be found against Manish Sisodia because he is not a corrupt man. Sisodia's counsel also saying that just on the basis of the CBI saying that Manish Sisodia is not cooperating cannot be a ground for arrest. He's saying that just because the accused cannot confess does not mean that he is not cooperating. Arrest is not in accordance with the law. So this is Sisodia's counsel, Dayanand Krishnan, who's also read out relevant paragraphs from a judgment, and he is saying that Manish Sisodia cannot be arrested on these grounds. This is not in accordance with the law, and he is fully cooperating with the investigation, but just saying that he is not cooperating cannot be a ground for arrest. The CBI has to have something more concrete to really seek his arrest or seek 5-day police custody for him. And they are also going on to add that Manish Sisodia must be granted bail today. So the arguments are underway, and of course we understand, Ankit, what is happening outside, where the Aam Aadmi Party has been ensuring that they really put out a political perception for the country and push the narrative that it is not the Aam Aadmi Party that is corrupt, or it is not the Aam Aadmi Party that really indulged in this scam, but it is nothing but political vendetta, and this is political revenge and nothing more. We've seen the kind of protests that have been happening in various parts of the country since yesterday across several cities, from Jammu to the national capital to Patna to Hyderabad to Chandigarh, where we saw how there was massive use of force and also some very dramatic scenes that unfolded. Some of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were also detained by the police as they continue with these protests, and they are time and again pushing that it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is absolutely clean. So much so that we heard those murderous slogans against the Prime Minister also yesterday, where some of the Aam Aadmi Party supporters in the midst of those protests went on to stoop to such a political discourse and call for murderous slogans against the Prime Minister, also talking and rather raising slogans saying that there is a bonhomie between Adani and the ruling leadership of BJP, and how that is not highlighted, but it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is being framed. So they have been pushing this narrative over and over again, and in the midst of all this, the investigation and what stage it is at, the CBI is explaining the role of Sisodia in the excise case, of how he was in touch with Vijay Nair, of how who all were explicitly working in terms of being connected with the liquor barons, of who was granted the licenses, and all the counsel for CBI is saying that this is a case of profit, and that is exactly what the leaders in the Aam Aadmi Party were looking at, and that is why they have not been answering any question. So we understand the larger picture of what is happening in the Rouse Avenue court at this point, Ankit, where arguments are being made from both sides, and it is the submissions of the public prosecutor who on behalf of the CBI is seeking 5-day police custody for Sisodia. Remember, the counsel for Sisodia has also said that look at the arrest memo. CBI is saying that he's being evasive. The search happened on office of Sisodia, taking his phones in the same month. The phones with Sisodia were handed over. So he's putting out important details of what has happened in this entire timeline through the searches, through what the CBI found out, and also reiterating through these arguments that Manish Sisodia has been fully cooperative. So whenever they've asked anything from him, even if it is his phone that was seized and even if details that were pulled out from it, Sisodia has never objected to anything, because remember, Sisodia has always been claiming through this time that all the allegations are false, and there is no truth to these allegations at all. So Ankit, also details coming in as the counsel of Sisodia saying that CBI says that he's being evasive, whereas he is not being evasive. He is answering as per what it is and as per how he should be. But because the CBI is not getting the answers that they are typically looking for, which is why they are asking that Manish Sisodia must be sent to 5-day police custody, which cannot be a ground for arrest, which cannot be how the CBI can really take forward this case. And they and the counsel for Manish Sisodia seeking bail for him, Ankit.
Absolutely. I think, Suesha, summing up everything that certainly that the CBI has said, and also up till this point what the counsel for Manish Sisodia has said. So essentially the CBI asking for 5 days of custody of the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, who it arrested yesterday. It says it needs this custodial interrogation to unravel the entire plot, because the conspiracy was hatched in deep secrecy is what it says. There are also a set of responses that have come in from the Sisodia counsel. Sisodia's counsel says that the arrest was improper. Just because Manish Sisodia is not saying what the agency wants him to say does not mean that that is ground for arrest. It has also countered this aspect of there being a phone, there not being a phone, whether or not a phone was changed, by saying that Manish Sisodia has handed over evidence in front of the CBI. However, there appears to be more to that than meets the eye, because the CBI clearly wants to have custody of him. In the latest arguments, also Manish Sisodia's counsel has countered the CBI by saying that he is an important minister. He would have and be privy to a lot of important data and details. So these are some of the latest arguments that are coming across. The counsel for Sisodia also says, look at the CBI's arrest memo and remand application. They say that he is not answering. I ask myself, is he required to answer? So that is an argument that the counsel for Manish Sisodia, Advocate Krishnan, has made. He's also citing how searches had taken place in Manish Sisodia's office in front of his eyes, asking for various phones to be handed over. In the same month, I said, the phones with me, I am handing over. So they are taking us through a number of different months worth of searches being conducted by the CBI, Suesha. The counsel for Sisodia insists that the CBI arrest of Sisodia yesterday was not in accordance with the law. Just because the accused cannot confess doesn't mean he is not cooperating. Just that my client is not cooperating cannot be ground for arrest. These are some of the arguments that they are making at this moment. The CBI had started off this hearing by
Ankit, in fact, I'd like to point out one more argument that has been made by Advocate Dayanand Krishnan, who's representing Sisodia. He's gone on to say that on the last notice, Manish Sisodia was finalizing the budget. Once done, he appeared. How is he evasive? So this is again a line of argument that the counsel for Sisodia is taking, where they are saying that obviously he is the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and he has been very busy with some important responsibilities, especially around the budget. And whenever before and after, he has always been cooperating with the CBI, always been present for any sort of questioning that the CBI had sought. So how is he possibly evasive? Krishnan has gone on to say that on 7 September 2022, the notice for the phones came to Manish Sisodia, and on 19 September 2022, he gave them also. Also going on to say that the CBI themselves accept that on all notices of appearance, Manish Sisodia had appeared. For all notices, compliance of Section 41 of the CRPC is mandatory. So these are details that we are picking up from inside the court and the arguments that are being made. As remember, it is the CBI that is again pressing for a 5-day police custody. But the advocate representing Manish Sisodia very insistent on the fact that Manish Sisodia has always been cooperating. Manish Sisodia has never been evasive. He has always been present for any questioning that the CBI has wanted, and at the time that CBI wanted. Then, of course, how he was busy with the budget needed to be factored in. But other than that, he has never been quote-unquote evasive as the CBI is pushing it. Now, let's also understand that the CBI counsel is saying that Sisodia, in capacity of excise minister, was heading the group of ministers of cabinet. There was no discussion held on the wholesale model. So these are details that Republic has also broken at an earlier point, and this is exactly what the CBI counsel is stating inside the court, that he was heading the excise ministry. He was the excise minister, and he was heading the group of ministers of cabinet, and there was no discussion that was held on the wholesale model. Again, the CBI counsel pushing that this is a case of profit, and which is why they need to investigate. The margin of wholesale had suddenly increased from 5% to 12%. The council has read these allegations, saying that there is no document to prove the variation, but the CBI counsel is saying that the conspiracy was hatched in a very secret manner. Also, it is Dayanand Krishnan, who is the senior advocate for Manish Sisodia, who is saying that change of phone cannot be a ground of arrest. So he's primarily saying that Manish Sisodia had changed his phone, and just the mere fact that he changed his phone cannot be a ground of arrest for the CBI. Krishnan is also saying that the LG had cleared the policy in May 2021.
आज मोदी जी को लगता है कि वो किसी को भी जेल में डाल देंगे, उनको लगता है कि वो बिना किसी सबूत के साथ किसी को अंदर डाल देंगे, कोई आवाज भी नहीं उठा सकता। आज पार्टी ऑफिस के अंदर घुस रहे हैं, पार्टी ऑफिस के अंदर घुसकर लोगों को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये कैसी तानाशाही है। आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता शांति से बैठे हुए थे, पुलिस वाले आके उन्हें घसीट के लेके जा रहे हैं। देखिए, हम पहले दिन से जब तक मनीष सिसोदिया जी जेल में हैं, हमारा प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा। हम लड़ते रहेंगे, हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे, और ना सिर्फ हम लड़ेंगे, इस शहर का हर इंसान लड़ेगा, इस देश का हर इंसान लड़ेगा, इस तानाशाही के खिलाफ लड़ेगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये पता होना चाहिए कि जो 26 फरवरी 2023 जिस दिन उन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया है, वो दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंत की शुरुआत है।
You just heard Atishi there accusing the police and the BJP in turn of haphazardly arresting indiscriminately Aam Aadmi Party workers who were in their offices. The AAP is continuing to carry out its protest not only in the national capital, but also we've seen in multiple other cities, whether it be Jammu or Patna or Bengaluru or Mumbai. These are protests that are ongoing. Even as in the Rouse Avenue court in New Delhi, Manish Sisodia currently present, his remand hearing ongoing. There are a number of arguments that have been put forth. The most foremost of those at the moment is the fact that Sisodia's counsel is countering the CBI's request for 5 days custody and custodial interrogation by stating that the phone, when asked for, was given over to the CBI. The evidence was presented in front of मनीष सिसोदिया। वी ऑल्सो
आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में बैठे हुए हैं, लोग पानी पी रहे हैं, आराम कर रहे हैं, चोट लगी है, इलाज करा रहे हैं, और दिल्ली पुलिस के सिपाही आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को उठा के जेल में भेज रहे हैं। ये तो गलत। जब हम आपको कोई परेशान नहीं कर रहे, हम आपको कुछ कह नहीं रहे, तो किस कानून की धारा के तहत आप हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को गिरफ्तार कर सकते हैं? हम सड़क पे तो नहीं खड़े, हम अपने ऑफिस के अंदर खड़े हैं। ये गलत है, ये नहीं चलेगा। बिना बात कोई बात नहीं हो रही है, कोई लेना देना नहीं है, सिर्फ एक तानाशाही है, केंद्र सरकार की तानाशाही के तहत जो इस तरीके से गिरफ्तारी की जा रही है। अभी कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर रिजर्व किया है, हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं ऑर्डर का। चलेगा क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में? क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है भगवान लाल? मिसवान मिलियन से द क्वेश्चन ऑफ रिपब्लिक टीवी पुलिस वालों को
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चुनाव की काउंटिंग पीसफुली हुई, लेकिन जैसे ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगा कि वो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव हार रहे हैं, उन्होंने हमारी मेयर पर बुरी तरह से हमला किया।
चौथा कैंडिडेट आम आदमी पार्टी का चुनाव हार चुका है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल के कहने के ऊपर यहाँ गुंडागर्दी कर रही है।
खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में? क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है भगवान लाल? मिसवान मिलियन से द क्वेश्चन ऑफ रिपब्लिक टीवी पुलिस वालों को
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I am about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no movement, no right or left wing, so-called ideology, can you justify this? Republic will only and only be on the side of the people, and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. Sack, apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India.
सीरियस एलिगेशन आप फेस कर रहे हैं सिसोदिया जी। नीचे कर दो नीचे कर दो रीचिंग हियर एट सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर।
He told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful procession which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't
Continuing with our live coverage of Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia, who's now been placed under arrest by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, he's now been produced before the court where the arguments are underway. CBI has now made this sensational revelation with regards to destruction of evidence. They say that roughly about 170 phones have been destroyed by various accused of the liquor scam. In fact, this argument has been refuted by Sisodia's lawyer, saying that perhaps cannot be the ground of arrest. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has also gone ahead and said that top bureaucrats, their statements have been recorded, those who are part of the government, and in fact they go on to say that the excise policy essentially was tinkered at the behest of the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Allegations are being levelled from both sides now. This is also resulted in a massive political face-off between both the parties, the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, with the latter hitting the streets, saying that their leader now being arrested in a fake case. More details now emerging. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground. In fact, Shivamogga is going to join us from the Rouse Avenue Court as the hearing is already underway. We'll also bring in our guest Swapnil Kothari, who's going to be joining us on this broadcast, putting this into perspective as to what does this essentially mean. But before I go across to Swapnil, the latest details that we are now getting in with regards to the arguments that are basically underway. In fact, this is what the CBI counsel has argued in the court, that Manish Sisodia, in the capacity of the excise minister, was heading the group of ministers of cabinet. No discussion was held on the wholesale model. In fact, the CBI counsel says that the margin of the wholesale margin was suddenly increased from 5% to 12%. The council has read the allegation. There's no document to prove the variation is what once again the council, Manish Sisodia's lawyers are arguing. And in fact, CBI also goes on to say that the conspiracy was hatched in a very secretive manner. The Lieutenant Governor had basically cleared the policy back in May 2021, and thereafter this case was referred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. An FIR was already registered and multiple arrests were made. Two public servants were arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation after the case was registered. And it turns out that one of the bureaucrats whose statement has been recorded under Section 164 has actually spilled the beans. In fact, all that is now being told by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the court is something that we have already reported late last evening, giving you full details as to what were the major grounds for arrest, starting with, of course, that entire margin of profit that we're talking about. What does that essentially mean when we're talking about wholesale margin? That is, if you take a look at the excise policy that was in place before this contentious excise policy was brought in, the profit of margin for the wholesalers was just roughly about 5%. That was thereafter changed by this government, and the excise policy, in this new excise policy, the profit of margin was about 12%, which essentially meant that the profit that these wholesalers would be making was far higher than what they would have had the previous excise policy been in place, leading to windfall profits for these very companies. And in doing so, what has happened is that the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects that kickbacks were actually paid. They say that there was a larger conspiracy in play. The conspiracy essentially being that those who were benefiting from this particular excise policy, they were being consulted even before the excise policy was actually implemented or was actually made public. So their inputs were actually taken by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia as well as his alleged close associates. They were the ones who were in talks with these liquor companies, the big liquor companies, whose details we're going to put out in a short while from now. We'll try and also see if our guests are already patched in, so we'll try and get in a word from them as to what does this mean, because the Aam Aadmi Party says where exactly is the money. Their only question that they are posing at this point in time, that if there is evidence in the case, then there should be some money. If kickbacks were taken, there would have been some money. Where is the money? You have not showed any of it. No seizure has been made. In fact, they rely upon the seizure report of the Central Bureau of Investigation, and they say that there is no question of any sort of what we give it to understand. There is no money that they've been able to identify so far. Swapnil, if you're hearing me, the question that the Aam Aadmi Party constantly has been referring to are two aspects. One, they're saying that if there were kickbacks given, there would have been some money. Seizure has been made. They did not find anything from the lockers, the bank accounts, or for that matter, the residence and official premises of the Deputy Chief Minister. But is that really enough? Because what has happened here is that both the agencies are saying that the money has already been utilized. The proceeds of crime have already been utilized for political campaigning. They've given the reference of how the money was used during the campaigning in Goa. They say that there was a survey that was carried out, and in that particular survey, they were basically using this very money that they got from the liquor companies.
It is a very important factor that there has to be some money trade, absent which it becomes a little difficult for CBI to justify its arrest memo, and more so the actual arrest thereafter, and more so the custody requirement. Now, if they can prove with sufficient, should I say, whatever little evidence that they have at hand, that yes, the money was used for political campaigning purposes, etc., then I think they will be successful in getting at least 2 to 3 days custody or 4 days custody. Because I believe if a custodial interrogation may reveal more information, which Mr. Sisodia may not be giving at this time, because he is still not in that custody of the CBI. He may have, he may have been evasive, which most people are during when it comes to especially the PMLA and the Prevention of Corruption Act. So at that point in time, he may not have answered adequately or sufficiently to the satisfaction of the investigating agency. It's now the onus is on the investigating agency to demand custody if they are demanding custody, to show that they have got sufficient material to justify the arrest, and secondly, insufficient material so as to justify the custody. So that is where I believe that CBI will have a tough tussle with the counsel of Mr. Sisodia. But I still believe that the courts will grant them some custody, because I believe that the arrest may not have been completely in the air and completely arbitrary as what has been claimed or alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party or by Mr. Sisodia's counsel. Because that's the job of the defense counsel to say that this is a completely arbitrary arrest, certain procedures were not followed, there is no money trail. These are the standard defenses that which any lawyer would give, which even I would give. So the point is that how much I am able to convince the court at the end of the day for my client is where it rests. But I believe I have very little chance against an investigating agency, and the two, a national one, especially when I have got questionable transactions, when I have got questionable background, and when this has already been made news across the media channels since quite a few months, should I say. So it's a tough task, but I believe custody will be there, and there must be some justification for the arrest. I haven't read the arrest memo, so I don't know. But I believe there must be some justification. Otherwise, the CBI will be a laughing stock, before the courts. Should the courts come down heavily on them, saying that there is no justifiable arrest. But I don't think that will be the case here.
Right, and we are joined right now by our guest right now. I want to come back to you, Mr. Kothari, and ask you a little bit more about what was said in court. Because in court, Dayan Krishnan has said that if Manish Sisodia did not want to answer questions, he could have done that. Now, does that have any legal ground on that? Because remember, the CBI had clearly said that he was evasive. He was not answering the questions, pointed questions, and even after the evidence was presented before him. So is there a legal ground on what the counsel for Manish Sisodia is saying?
Well, the legal ground is for the CBI to justify the custody. They'll have to spell out at least 3 to 4 questions to the satisfaction of the court to say that, look, we asked these very pointed questions and there's no answer. And then, they'll be contested by Mr. Sisodia's counsel saying that, look, we did answer this question, but this is the best answer that we can give. And then it's up to the court to weigh that, whether that answer is satisfactory, whether that answer is pointing towards the crime, or whether that answer is being extremely evasive. And more importantly, the backdrop is important. The backdrop as to what this excise policy was tinkered with, as Shravan pointed out, and why was it tinkered, and was it actually at the behest of the Deputy CM, and was the Deputy CM alone in this, or were there some, bigger hands in this and more hands in the cookie jar? So all of this cannot be looked at, from a single prism. It has to be looked at from a entirely, from a bigger perspective as to whether or not there is sufficient evidence to show that there are proceeds of crime. There is some evidence to show that those proceeds of crime have been used for political campaigning. And most importantly, why was an excise policy tinkered with? Were there huge kickbacks? And what was the reason behind tinkering with this? Was it merely kickbacks, or was there a further game to that? So this is all the CBI's job, and they will have to show that before the court, at least to get the custody, because they'll have to go step by step. At least to get 3 to 4 days custody. I don't see, if they get some 7 days custody or 14 days custody, I'll be a little surprised. But I don't see that going more than 4 to 5 days, given, the reasoning that is being given by the CBI. Because it's always the CBI's case that the answers are not satisfactory. That's the reason why we've got to arrest the person. Because only when you arrest, then can you get a custodial interrogation. So that is basically the stance of the CBI, and investigating agencies always find favor of the courts initially. But then thereafter, it's for them to continue justification, for the continuation of the custody, the CBI will have to work harder. But at least as far as this stage is concerned today, I think they should get some custody at least for a few days.
Right, Mr. Kothari. Mr. Kothari, also can you let us know exactly about what can we expect next? Because I'm standing right now, as we speak, I'm standing in a Rouse Avenue court and Manish Sisodia is inside with his counsel. The hearing is on. We know that they might try for bail. His counsel might try for bail. How do you read things as of now? The hearing is still underway as we speak.
There will be any bail today. Obviously there's going to be custody for sure, because I believe, as I said, that the courts usually do give a little bit of leeway to the investigating agency, because the courts don't want to be, branded as hampering the investigation. So, they will give that, saying that, okay, fair enough. I believe that we'll give you some custody. And you please tell us within 3 days whether you've been able to extract something out of him or not. And it depends whether it's going to be JC or whether it's going to be PC. So if they're I believe the PC would be, is what the CBI would have asked for, is police custody, but I don't know how far they can justify that. So at best, they might just get judicial custody. So we'll wait and watch, but bail is out of the question today, because bail is something which, has to be given, at the very first instance, the arrest has to be completely arbitrary. Only in that case, the bail will be given at the immediate instance, even if he's ready to, surrender his passport, sign a bail bond, and even if he's going to say that I'll be cooperative, I don't think he'll be able to get bail today. So maybe he'll have to wait for another 2 to 3 days for that matter, or 4 days, whatever the court, the honorable judge decides, the magistrate. So I believe, let's see how this goes. But bail is out of the question, to answer your question straightforward.
All right. Also being joined right now by Shravan Sen, a senior editor, is joining us live. Shravan, right now I'm at Rouse Avenue Court and the hearing is still on. We are, of course, waiting for more updates from here. I'm coming to you now.
Well, in fact, Shivamogga, let's just quickly take our viewers through what's really happening right now inside the court, where the arguments are basically underway. A quick recap of what we know so far. The CBI essentially telling the court that they have gathered enough evidence to indicate that there was a secret conspiracy. This conspiracy was hatched in an extremely secret manner, with only a handful of few knowing as to what was really happening and those who were basically involved. In fact, just a short while back, the CBI counsel has argued in the court that the first draft of the excise policy was not shown to the LG, not the second and the third draft. They're basically now rebutting the claims that have been made by Sisodia's counsel. Sisodia's counsel says that just because the phones were basically destroyed, that perhaps cannot be the ground of arrest at this stage. More importantly, they are arguing the fact that the excise policy was actually leaked, and the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was well aware of the fact that the draft policy was actually read by those who finally got the licenses to carry out the business in the national capital. And that is the reason why Section 477A and Section 7 of the Prevention of Corruption Act has been invoked by the Central Bureau of Investigation following the arrest of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. They are heavily relying on multiple statements that have been recorded so far. In fact, they're also talking about the role that has been played by communication strategist of the Aam Aadmi Party, Vijay Dayal, who was one of the first person to be arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, they say that it is Vijay Dayal who basically acted as a conduit. If you take a look at the arguments that have been put forth, there are basically three important aspects. But before I get into the details of it, I'm told that some breaking news now coming in. We'll try and take those details right now. I'm told that the order has been reserved in a short while from now. Let's just put that breaking news coming in from our colleagues inside the court. They're saying that the order has been received. Order has been reserved. In a short while from now, the order is going to be pronounced by the court, the Rouse Avenue court, where our reporters are getting us the latest details. In fact, we'll try and also bring in our colleague Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, our legal editor, to put this into perspective of what does this essentially mean. But as I was trying to recap for all our viewers right now, as far as what is the main argument, what is the core of the argument that has been put forth by the Central Bureau of Investigation. One, they're talking about the secret conspiracy. Those who are part of that entire conspiracy, by relying heavily on the statements that have been recorded so far. Top of that statement happens to be that of a Delhi bureaucrat, a 164 statement. Then, of course, they're talking about the fact that how this particular excise policy was completely tweaked. That too at the behest of what they're calling the South Group and the Delhi lobby. Tweaked in a manner which was only benefiting the wholesalers. In fact, they say that the excise policy was tweaked in such a manner that the profit margins had gone up considerably if you compare it with the previous excise policy. Previous excise policy had a profit margin of just about 5%. That had increased to about 12%, leading to windfall profits for the wholesalers. The smaller players were completely cut off. Then they're talking about the destruction of evidence. One, that there were files that were deleted from the computer of Manish Sisodia's office. In fact, the excise policy, a draft of it was actually found externally following a forensic examination. They say that the draft excise policy was also shared on WhatsApp. They're relying on the forensic report that has basically come in, by which they've actually informed the court too that there had been destruction in terms of mobile phones that were actually used by Manish Sisodia and the other accused in this particular case. Roughly about 170 such phones have already been destroyed, is what we are picking up at this stage. That is the reason why they're saying that some of these sections that have basically been invoked at this juncture. Let me also quickly get in a word from my colleague Shivangi, who's joining us on this broadcast from the Rouse Avenue Court. Shivangi, why don't you walk us through the details of the arguments that have been put forth by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and what is it that Manish Sisodia's counsels are arguing right now?
Right. Well, as we know right now, the big breaking we have got is that as CBI is seeking 5-day custody of Sisodia, the order has been reserved. That means the arguments have ended. But many details we were breaking first on Republic TV when it comes to what the council has been saying. The council had said that there was a lot of emphasis on answering questions which was posed by the CBI. The CBI had said that the answers of Manish Sisodia were completely evasive and he was not giving sufficient replies. They also said that even though evidence was presented in front of him, he was not giving replies, and after that, after multiple hours of questioning, he was arrested. So that's something which has come in from Sisodia's counsel. So senior advocate D. Krishnan had countered the CBI counsel in court, and phone change cannot be ground for arrest. That was one of the details coming in. Then he also said something about the fact that non-admission not ground for arrest. So non-admission was also not a ground for arrest. So these are multiple details we're getting for our viewers at this point of time. The CBI counsel has said that Sisodia, in capacity of excise minister, was heading a group of ministers, and also adding that he had asked for some changes in the Delhi excise policy. He was in touch with some officers as well. So these are some of the arguments which have been coming out. Like I was telling our viewers right now, the hearing has just concluded, and we are waiting for that order to come in. What is going to happen? Will CBI get the custody of Manish Sisodia? Remember that the counsel for Manish Sisodia has been, from our top sources, we learned that they might try for a bail. So will it happen? What is going to happen next? We're still waiting for that because the order has been reserved. We also know that CBI counsel has said that the entire case is of profit. Remember that the margin of wholesale had gone up from 5% to 12%. So these are many allegations which have been leveled. Also, there was a conspiracy which was hatched in a very secret manner. This is what the CBI counsel had said. It was a big conspiracy. Remember that criminal conspiracy and intent to defraud, these two sections have been leveled against Manish Sisodia. That is in the IPC and also the Prevention of Corruption Act. So right now, Shravan, we're still waiting for the order to come in. I'm outside the court here. That's the Rouse Avenue Court.
Well, slipping into a short break. On the other side, we continue Our rolling coverage of the big arrest made in the liquor scam.
मनीष सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. कैसा वीडियो दूसरे आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. आप you are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप face कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी. Reaching here at CBI headquarters.
मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता. हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं.
Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. But Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है पंजाब में? क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है भगवान लाल? Mr. 1 will you answer the question of Republic TV? पुलिस वालों को पीटा. मनीष सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. कैसा वीडियो दूसरे आप यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सर. आप you are facing serious allegations. Serious allegations आप face कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी. Now reaching here at CBI headquarters.
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I'm about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no movement, no right or left wing so-called ideology can you justify this. Republic will only and only be on the side of the people and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. Sack, apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India.
Well, in a short while from now, we would get to know what the court decides with regards to the custody of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has argued before the court that custodial interrogation of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia becomes extremely important at this stage because they've come across fresh evidence as far as the role of the Deputy Chief Minister in liquor scam is concerned. Sensational allegations being levelled by the central agency, but that resulting in a political face-off.
Soros, the allegedly evil Soros, has given a lot of money to a lot of people in the Indian news and especially Indian digital news ecosystem. These people, who we will henceforth refer to as the hashtag Soros media, are therefore very rich media. The ironical part is that these completely blemished hashtag Soros media then asks the non-Soros media ethical questions. The Soros media asks the non-Soros media, non-Soros media tell us who owns the news. I tell them, Soros owns you. These unethical members of the Soros media have been completely lying and constantly lying and saying, oh, you've got to pay to keep the news free. We are so poor. We have no money. The mainstream media rupees? Why 100 rupees? Should even 1 rupee be given by you?
आप यहाँ पहुंचे हैं सर, आप यू आर फेसिंग सीरियस एलिगेशंस सर, सीरियस एलिगेशंस आप फेस कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी। नीचे कर दो, सर आप नीचे कर दो मनीष
मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता।
Sources now confirming to Republic TV that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been placed under arrest. Accused number 1 in the liquor scam has been arrested.
We're breaking the story first, way ahead of any other channel. In fact, all other channels haven't even figured out what's been going on. Manish Sisodia has been arrested.
मनीष सिसोदिया is now reached. We are getting the live picture. सर ऑडियो जिससे आप यहाँ पहुंचे हैं सर, आप यू आर फेसिंग सीरियस एलिगेशंस सर, सीरियस एलिगेशंस आप फेस कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी। सर नीचे कर दो, सर आप नीचे कर दो now reaching here right CBI headquarters.
I don't pay taxes to see these uncouth politicians send this image of Indian democracy. I don't pay taxes so they can have 45 non-stop minutes of a bloody battle. I don't pay taxes so they can kick, punch, attack, throw, and they can pin each other down and tear each other's hair. No, I don't pay taxes to hear them abuse and use the most ugly and dirty abuse at each other as they turn an elected house to a battle pitch. I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes so they can tear each other's clothes. I don't pay taxes to see this happen. If even tonight, after what I just showed you and what I'm about to show you, if after tonight you remain quiet, then you and me and all of us will deserve this maniacal expression of democracy. We need to tell the Neta how disgusted we are and that in the name of no right or left wing so-called ideology can you justify this. Republic will only and only be on the side of the people and we will be against the Netas when that happens. So the Netas are on notice and the Netas have a choice. That apologize or face the legitimate anger of the people of India.
He told you he's a threat to internal security.
Why to brandish a weapon? Why it's the need of weapon when you are claiming that it's a peaceful position which you will be carrying out?
No peace can be established without weapons. Why don't the government send the state and everybody army? They just dismiss all the armies, all the weapons, dispose everything, and then ask us why do we have weapons?
For 3 months, center and state didn't act. Now Khalistani Amritpal is on a rampage. Anarchy in Punjab, story broken on Republic.
क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? पंजाब में क्या खालिस्तानी सरकार है? Mr. Man, will you answer the question of Republic TV? Please
The order has now been reserved. In a short while from now, we'll get to know the fate of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Central Bureau of Investigation argues that custodial interrogation of the Deputy Chief Minister is imperative at this stage with fresh evidence that has been gathered over the last couple of months. We'll get you the full details of what's transpired over the last couple of months when the investigation began sometime in the month of August, and thereafter, once the FIR was registered, multiple arrests that were made by the agency. The big arrest first that was made by the agency was that of communication strategist Vijay Nair, and thereafter public servants have been arrested, and also liquor company owners who were arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But what really has changed, and why exactly has the Central Bureau of Investigation made the decision of arresting Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia? Just to simplify, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, one, the allegation is that of receiving kickbacks from liquor companies for tweaking the excise policy. In fact, the agencies say roughly about 70 lakh rupees was diverted for the campaigning in the state of Goa by the Aam Aadmi Party when a survey was carried out. This money allegedly came in from the liquor companies, those very liquor companies who benefited from the excise policy, an excise policy which was tweaked to their tunes. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation sources indicate that this was specifically tweaked by the South Group as well as the Delhi lobby, those who were in touch with Vijay Nair. The agency says that Vijay Nair, the communication strategist of the Aam Aadmi Party, happens to be the conduit between the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and the liquor companies who made windfall profits, leading to loss in the state exchequer. We'll also bring in my colleague Shivamogga, who's been reporting from outside the Rouse Avenue court where Manish Sisodia has already been produced. In fact, the arguments are already over. The court has reserved the order. Shivamogga, by when are we expecting the order to be pronounced by the court? Shivamogga, if you can hear me, just need a quick response from you. By when are we expecting the court to pronounce the order?
Right, Shavan, we're still waiting for the order to come in. I'm outside Rouse Avenue Court. We're still waiting for the order to come in, but at this point of time, you can see that there is still a heavy police presence where we are. And we are still waiting for the order. A couple of details coming in where the council has said that not answering questions cannot be a ground of arrest. So these are important details which have come in right now. Shavan, the CBI council itself has made a couple of arguments saying that the entire Delhi excise policy was all about profit. It was about giving kickbacks. It was about favouring certain private players. There was a lot of corruption involved, and Manish Sisodia has not been able to answer questions, tough questions on couple of details which are posed by the CBI. So remember that after around 7 to 8 hours of questioning, Manish Sisodia was arrested. Now what we saw in court was that both the sides arguing. One side, CBI counsel, saying that the entire case is of profit. There were kickbacks received. There was corruption. So that side has come in. On the other hand, we came to know is that the council representing Manish Sisodia, they said that there's still some loose ends and not answering questions cannot be a ground for arrest. Even if some kind of data, I remember that data and there was some leaking of information. Some data was found on Manish Sisodia's system. So these details had come in, and so the entire conversation, the entire arguments has been happening in court. Now the order is reserved. We're still waiting for the order to come in right now, Shavan. And it's very interesting to also note at this point of time is that that's a question mark, in fact, that will the CBI get the custody of Manish Sisodia? Remember, the counsel of Manish Sisodia wants that he should get bail. So what will happen next? What will happen next? That is the big question mark, and still waiting for that order to come in. And once the order comes in, we will tell all our viewers what has been happening. But if my camera person will show you the visuals and what's happening outside the Rouse Avenue court, you can see that the kind of heavy police presence that we have been seeing since the afternoon. So the police presence was tightened after around 1 p.m. When the news had come in that Manish Sisodia will be arriving anytime soon. Around approximately 3 p.m. is when Manish Sisodia arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court. That was the approximate time, and we saw that the entire area has been cordoned off, and even it was very difficult to in fact access Manish Sisodia's vehicle because he was in the front, sitting in the front seat, and quickly he was taken inside the Rouse Avenue Court. So as you can see that still waiting for Manish Sisodia to come out. You can see the heavy police presence which is at the spot. Earlier in the day, our colleagues have been getting us all the reports. We have had all our colleagues, whether it's Amandeep, whether it's Sandeep in Mumbai, or whether it is Piyush Mishra or Madhurima. We all have been getting you reports from different vantage points because the protests which have been happening, Aam Aadmi Party staging protests in multiple cities. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party levelling allegations against the BJP, levelling allegations that the arrest was not on fair grounds. On the other hand, a lot of allegations coming in from the BJP as well about the kind of corruption that exists in the Aam Aadmi Party government. Remember that Manish Sisodia is the second big Aam Aadmi Party leader to be arrested. The first one was Satyendra Jain. He was also arrested on grounds of money laundering and corruption. So this is a very big setback coming in a way for the Aam Aadmi Party as a whole, because Manish Sisodia being a deputy CM, his name coming in that CBI FIR, remember he was the #1 accused. It was not just him, and like you were telling us, Shravan, and all other viewers who are watching Republic TV right now, there are many others who have been associated, like Sameer Mahendru, like Vijay Nair, many names with the political links also coming out, many names from the world of business also coming out, all across. The first time there were raids happening, remember this is...
वाले शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया को जेल में डाल दिया। उस मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ कोई सबूत नहीं मिला। घर में 14 घंटे छापेमारी की सीबीआई ने, कुछ नहीं मिला। दफ्तर में छापेमारी की, कुछ नहीं मिला। गांव में छापेमारी की, कुछ नहीं मिला। बैंक का लॉकर चेक कर लिया, कुछ नहीं मिला। और आप कल्पना कीजिए कि 10,000 करोड़ की रिश्वत का आरोप लगाया जा रहा है उनके ऊपर। कोई तो संपत्ति मिलती, कोई तो पैसा मिलता, कोई तो कागजात मिलता, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीतिक कारणों से और अपने घोटालों पर पर्दा डालने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया है। अडानी की नौकरी करने वाली मोदी जी की सरकार, जो लाखों करोड़ के घोटाले में फंसी हुई है, 1000-2000 करोड़ के नहीं, लाखों करोड़ के घोटाले में, उससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई की जा रही है। और कब की जा रही है? जब संसद में जेपीसी की मांग हुई कि मोदी अडानी भाई भाई, देश बेच के खाई मलाई, जेपीसी बनाओ, अडानी की जांच कराओ। उससे ध्यान हटाना है, कभी इसको नोटिस, कभी उसको नोटिस, और अब जेल में डाल दो मनीष सिसोदिया को। वो अडानी जिसको नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कोयला दे दिया, गैस दे दिया, बिजली दे दिया, पानी दे दिया, सड़क दे दिया, स्टील दे दिया, सीमेंट दे दिया, सीपोर्ट दे दिया, एयरपोर्ट दे दिया, यानी आकाश से लेकर पाताल तक सब कुछ दे दिया, 2.5 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा दे दिया, 84,000 करोड़ का कर्जा माफ कर दिया। और उस अडानी ने क्या किया हिंदुस्तान के साथ? बगल के मॉरिशस में 6 कंपनियां एक पते पे खोली, फर्जी कंपनियां, और 42,000 करोड़ रुपए का काला धन अपनी कंपनियों में लगाया। और ऐसे ही तमाम करेबियाई देशों में फर्जी कंपनियां खोल के हजारों करोड़ रुपए अपनी कंपनी के अंदर लगाया। यह काला धन किसका है मोदी जी? पूरा देश आपसे पूछ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काला धन है? मोदी जी आपका काला धन है? आपके अधिकारियों का काला धन है? या फिर आतंकवादियों का काला धन है। किसका काला धन है जो अडानी की कंपनी में लगा है? अगर इसकी जांच हो जाएगी तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का चेहरा पूरे देश के सामने बेनकाब हो जाएगा। और इसी के कारण मनीष सिसोदिया का मामला उठाया गया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार जो पूरे देश में सबसे बेहतरीन काम कर रही है, अनुकरणीय काम कर रही है, लोगों को फ्री बिजली देना, फ्री शिक्षा देना, फ्री स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था देना, बुजुर्गों की तीर्थ यात्रा कराना, जनहित के सारे काम करने के बावजूद मुनाफे का बजट देना, दरअसल यह गले की हड्डी बन गया नरेंद्र मोदी जी की। वो नहीं चाहते कि देश के अंदर एक ऐसी सरकार चले जो दुनिया और देश के लिए उदाहरण बने। अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की पत्नी हिंदुस्तान आती है तो कहती है हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल के स्कूल देखना है, मनीष सिसोदिया के द्वारा बनाए गए स्कूलों को देखना है। परेशानी यह है कि आज जो दिल्ली सरकार की लोकप्रियता पूरे देश में बढ़ रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता पूरे देश में बढ़ रही है, उससे बौखलाकर यह कार्रवाई की जा रही है। यह तानाशाही की इंतहा है। मैंने कल भी कहा था, आज फिर दोहरा रहा हूं। और मोदी जी, इस तानाशाही का अंत जरूर होगा, क्योंकि पूरा देश देख रहा है कि एक तरफ लाखों करोड़ की लूट करने वाला आपका मित्र अडानी है, जिस पे सीबीआई खामोश, सेबी खामोश, ईडी खामोश, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट खामोश, उसके पोर्ट से, मुंद्रा पोर्ट से हजारों करोड़ की ड्रग्स पकड़ी गई, सारी की सारी एजेंसियां खामोश। एक तरफ लाखों करोड़ का घोटाला करने वाला अडानी है, आपका मित्र अडानी है मोदी जी, जिसके खिलाफ आप कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करते, और दूसरी तरफ लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य बनाने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया हैं, जिनको आप जेल में डाल रहे हैं। इसलिए लोग आपके साथ इंसाफ जरूर करेंगे, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र है, डेमोक्रेसी है, जमहूरियत है। यहां किसी की तानाशाही लंबे समय तक नहीं चल सकती। आप इन मुकदमों से हम लोगों को डरा रहे हैं। पता तो कर लीजिए आम आदमी पार्टी की हिस्ट्री। अरे हम आंदोलन की कोख से पैदा हुई पार्टी हैं। हम अडानी के नौकरों से नहीं डरते। मोदी जी अब हमें जेल का, मुकदमों का, एफआईआर का, गिरफ्तारी का डर दिखाते हैं। कुछ भी कर लीजिए, लेकिन आपके घोटाले को हिंदुस्तान के घर घर में पहुंचाने का काम आम आदमी पार्टी करेगी। इसलिए जितना मुकदमा लिखना है लिखो, जितनी बंदर घुड़की दिखानी है दिखाओ। पूरे देश के सामने मोदी अडानी भाई भाई देश बेच के खाई मलाई के इस रिश्ते को उजागर करेंगे हम लोग। इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयों से हम रुकने वाले नहीं। आज क्या हुआ हमारे कार्यालय पे? आम आदमी पार्टी एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है। दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, और ये हमारे इस राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय के अंदर आप पुलिस वालों को भेज रहे हैं, या हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मारपीट कर रहे हैं, उनको गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं। ये बहादुरी बेईमानों के खिलाफ आप में क्यों नहीं आती? ये बहादुरी अडानी के खिलाफ क्यों नहीं दिखाते? आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर पे आप छापे मार रहे हैं, पुलिस वालों को भेज रहे हैं यहां अंदर। ये दिन बदलेगा मोदी जी। आपने अच्छा नहीं किया मनीष सिसोदिया के साथ। मनीष सिसोदिया इस देश के करोड़ों बच्चों के दिलों में बसते हैं। इस देश के अभिभावक चाहते हैं कि उनके राज्य का भी शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया के जैसा हो। दिल्ली के बच्चों को आपने दुखी किया है। बच्चे वैसे भी भगवान होते हैं, और उन नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चों को आपने दुखी किया है, क्योंकि उनके लिए दिन रात काम कर रहे थे मनीष सिसोदिया। तस्वीरें हैं, देख लीजिएगा मोदी जी। 15 के पहले दिल्ली के स्कूलों की क्या हालत थी, और आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के प्रयासों से दिल्ली के स्कूलों की क्या हालत है। इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं, तानाशाही का अंत होगा और इस देश की जनता आपकी तानाशाही का अंत करेगी। आपने अत्याचार, अन्याय और तानाशाही के सारे कीर्तिमान तोड़ दिए। कोई प्रश्न हो आप लोगों का?
पुलिस की कार्रवाई पर क्या कहेंगे? आज इस तरह हुआ आगे दफ्तर में पुलिस घुसी।
आप सबके कैमरे में कैद है और ये कार्रवाई दिल्ली पुलिस की नहीं है, ये कार्रवाई मोदी सरकार की है। दिल्ली पुलिस हो, सीबीआई हो, ईडी हो, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट हो, ये सब मोदी जी के इशारे पे काम करते हैं।
आप लोग को आगे तक जाने
जो कहा जाता है वहां से वही ये लोग करते हैं। इतनी अकल तो दिल्ली पुलिस वालों को भी है कि ऑफिस में किसी के नहीं घुसा जा सकता, लेकिन यहां ऑफिस के अंदर घुस रहे हैं तो किसके कहने पे घुस रहे हैं? कहां से निर्देश मिल रहा है उनको? हम लोग सीबीआई के दफ्तर के पास बहुत कम संख्या में कुछ लोग बैठे हुए थे, कल वहां से उठा लिया। एक कैबिनेट मंत्री, 3 विधायक, 12-13 पार्षद, मुझे हमने कहा क्यों ले आया? कहना आप डिटेन किया है। हमने कहा कितने देर? बोले पता नहीं। तो तानाशाही है, सवाल आप कर नहीं सकते। लगभग 24 घंटे तक हम लोगों को बिना किसी कारण के थाने में डिटेन करके रखा गया और बाद में सुबह कहा गया कि जाइए। तो ये सब अपने मर्जी से थोड़ी कर रहे हैं पुलिस वाले। इनको जो ऊपर से कहा जाता है वही करते हैं लोग।
आप लोग अपना प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पर जारी रखेंगे अभी या अभी?
अब आगे फैसला आने दीजिए, सीबीआई कोर्ट का फैसला क्या आता है तो आगे की रणनीति फिर हम लोग आपको बताएंगे।
संजय जी, विपक्ष की तरफ से लगभग तमाम पार्टियों ने और खासकर के कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों ने आपके समर्थन में बयान दिया है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी इस गिरफ्तारी को चेयर कर रही है इस वक्त।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र इनसे मिलता जुलता है। इसी प्रकार की तानाशाही इमरजेंसी के दौरान कांग्रेस ने भी किया है। इसी प्रकार की कार्रवाई और दुरुपयोग सीबीआई का, ईडी का पहले कांग्रेस भी कर चुकी है। तो कांग्रेस का मामला तो ऐसा है कि गुनाहों से खुद जब हाथ रंगे हुए हैं तो वो कैसे बोलेंगे? और आप सोचिए कि जब राहुल गांधी पे कार्रवाई होती है, सोनिया गांधी जी पे कार्रवाई होती है, तब तो ईडी सीबीआई अत्याचार कर रही है। मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई हो रही है तो कांग्रेसी लड्डू बांट रहे हैं, जश्न मना रहे हैं। तो एक ऐसा दो तरफा नजरिया है। अगर ईडी सीबीआई की फर्जी कार्रवाई मनीष सिसोदिया के मामले में सही है तो वही कार्रवाई राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी के मामले में भी सही है। उसको स्वीकार करो, रोते क्यों फिर? तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं उन सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का, अखिलेश यादव जी का, केसीआर जी का, आरजेडी विजयन जी का, जेडीयू का, सीपीआई-एमएल का, सबका, सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का, जिन्होंने, शिवसेना का, संजय रावत जी का भी बयान आया था। उन सारी राजनीतिक दलों का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं जो इस संकट के समय में और इस तानाशाही के खिलाफ अपनी आवाज उठा रहे हैं। मैं सिर्फ फिर से दोहरा रहा हूं इस बात को कि इसका अंत तो होगा। और आज एक पत्रकार मित्र मुझसे पूछ रहे थे, कह रहे थे आपके 2-2 मंत्रियों पे कार्रवाई हो गई, 2-2 मंत्रियों पे कार्रवाई हो गई। तो मैंने कहा भाई, अगर जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करना है, मैं तो कह रहा हूं कुछ नहीं, सदुपयोग करना हो तो मुझे 3 घंटे के लिए दे दीजिए सीबीआई ईडी। मोदी जी भी अंदर चले जाएंगे और अमित शाह भी चले जाएंगे और अडानी भी चला जाएगा। दे दीजिए ना। वो तो दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं, मैं सदुपयोग करके दिखा दूंगा। तो जांच एजेंसियां अगर ऐसे काम करेंगी, ईडी जो है, आप सोचिए 8 वर्षों में 3000 केसेस किए ईडी ने सिर्फ।
ಎರಡು ಮರೆಯಲಾಗದಾಸಿ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿಯ ನನ್ನ ಬಂಧು ಭಗಿನಿಯರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. बेलगावी की जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद अतुलनीय है. ये प्यार, ये आशीर्वाद पाकर हम सबको आपकी सेवा के लिए हमें दिन रात मेहनत करने की प्रेरणा मिलती है. आपका ये आशीर्वाद हमारे लिए प्रेरणा शक्ति बन जाता है. बेलगावी की धरती पर आना किसी तीर्थ यात्रा से कम नहीं होता. ये कित्तूर की रानी चेन्नम्मा और क्रांति वीर संगोली रायण्णा की भूमि है. देश आज भी इन्हें वीरता और गुलामी के विरुद्ध आवाज उठाने के लिए याद करता है. साथियों, आज की लड़ाई हो या फिर उसके बाद भारत का नवनिर्माण, बेलगावी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हमेशा रही है. आजकल हमारे देश में, कर्नाटका में स्टार्टअप्स की खूब चर्चा होती है, लेकिन एक तरह से देखें तो बेलगावी में तो 100 साल पहले ही स्टार्टअप्स की शुरुआत हो गई थी. 100 साल पहले. मैं आपको याद कराने आया हूं, बाबूराव पुसालकर जी ने 100 साल पहले यहां एक छोटी सी यूनिट की स्थापना की थी. तब से बेलगावी अनेक तरह की इंडस्ट्री के लिए इतना बड़ा बेस बन गया है. बेलगावी की इसी भूमिका ने डबल इंजन सरकार इस दशक में और सशक्त करना चाहती है. भाइयों और बहनों, आज जिन प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया गया है, उनसे बेलगावी के विकास में नई गति आएगी. सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े हैं, पानी की व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं. आप सभी को इन सारी विकास की योजनाओं के लिए इस क्षेत्र की प्रगति का एक मजबूत गति देने के इस अवसर पर मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. आज बेलगावी से पूरे हिंदुस्तान को भी भेंट सौगात मिली है. हिंदुस्तान के हर किसानों को आज कर्नाटका से जोड़ा है, बेलगावी से जोड़ा है. आज यहां से पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि की एक और किस्त भेजी गई है. सिर्फ एक ही बटन दबाकर, एक ही क्लिक पर देश के करोड़ों किसानों के बैंक खाते में 16,000 करोड़ रुपए पहुंचे हैं. यहां जो मेरे रायतू बंधु है ना, वो अपना मोबाइल देखेंगे तो मैसेज आ गया होगा। दुनिया के लोगों को भी अजूबा होता है। और इतनी बड़ी रकम 16,000 करोड़ रुपया पल भर में, और कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कटकी कंपनी नहीं, कोई करप्शन नहीं, सीधा सीधा किसान के खाते में। अगर कांग्रेस के राज होता तो प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे कांग्रेस के कि 1 रुपया भेजते हैं 15 पैसा पहुंचता है। अगर आज उन्होंने 16,000 करोड़ का सोचा